Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Red Plus. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter reincarnated with the memories of a 1,000-year-old Archmage? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Weight of Centuries. The seal cracked. Aldrich Thorne felt it like a knife through his chest. 1,000 years of careful work, the accumulated magical reserves of an entire civilization, all of it fracturing in a single catastrophic moment. The primordial void pressed against the weakness with the patience of eternity, and he knew with absolute certainty that the seal would not hold. Not unless he gave it everything he had left. The chamber around him was already collapsing. Ancient stones that had stood since before humans learned to write tumbled into the darkness below, swallowed by the hungry nothing that clawed at reality's edges. His apprentices were dead, all 7 of them, burned out trying to reinforce the failing wards. His wife had been gone for 3 centuries. His children, their children's children, dust and memory, all of them. There was nothing left to give except himself. "You cannot escape me forever," the void whispered, its voice like the space between stars. "I am inevitable. I am the end of all things. You delay nothing." Aldrich laughed, and the sound was hollow even to his own ears. "Maybe. But I've been delaying you for 1,000 years, and I'm not done yet." He raised his hands, and magic older than language answered his call. Not the neat, categorized spellwork that younger mages relied upon, this was raw will imposed upon reality, the fundamental forces of creation bent to mortal purpose. His body began to burn from the inside out, his magical core consuming itself to fuel what came next. The seal blazed. New patterns wove themselves into existence, drawing on Aldrich's life force, his memories, his very soul. The cracks stopped spreading. The void's advance halted, then reversed, pushed back by power it had never expected a mortal to possess. "This changes nothing," the void said, and for the first time, Aldrich heard something like frustration in its voice. "You will die. The seal will weaken. I will be free. Probably." Aldrich's vision was failing now, darkness creeping in at the edges. His heartbeat slowed, each pulse weaker than the last. "But not today. And that's enough for me." The last thing he saw was light, pure, white, absolute, as his consciousness finally released its grip on a body that had survived far longer than any human form was meant to. Death, at last. Peace. Finally. And then something tore him back. Pain. Not the clean pain of death, but something worse, the agony of being compressed, forced into a space too small to contain him. Aldrich's consciousness screamed silently as 1,000 years of memories tried to fit themselves into a vessel the size of a thimble. Light. Blinding, harsh, artificial. Voices shouting, high and thin, nothing like the deep resonance of the mages he'd known. A woman screaming, the sound cutting off with terrible finality. Green light. He knew that color. Knew what it meant. The killing curse. But it wasn't aimed at him. It was aimed at, the world exploded. Aldrich felt the curse hit something that wasn't quite a body, wasn't quite a soul, felt it bounce, redirected by protections he hadn't created but somehow recognized. Ancient blood magic, the oldest kind, fueled by sacrifice and love and desperate maternal determination. The curse rebounded. Someone else screamed, a man's voice, high with disbelief and agony. And then there was nothing but the aftermath. Silence. Settling dust. The creak of a damaged building shifting on its foundations. And crying. It took Aldrich longer than it should have to realize the crying was coming from him. He was a baby. The realization came slowly, fighting through the fog of infant neurology that threatened to drown his adult consciousness. He was lying in a crib, no, on the floor. The crib collapsed around him, in a room that smelled of smoke and something darker. His body refused to respond properly to his commands, muscles undeveloped and neural pathways still forming. A baby. He was a baby. Some kind of reincarnation. Some kind of summoning. The curse that had just been cast, he'd felt its structure in the moment of impact, and it wasn't a simple killing curse. There had been layers to it, ritual components woven into the seemingly straightforward magic. Someone had tried to summon something. They'd gotten him instead. Footsteps on the stairs. Heavy boots, moving with purpose. Aldrich tried to focus his infant eyes, tried to see who was coming, but the world remained a blur of colors and shadows. No. No, no, no. The voice was deep, rough with grief, and familiar in a way Aldrich couldn't place. Hands, enormous, gentle, lifted him from the wreckage. He caught a glimpse of a massive shape, a wild tangle of hair and beard, eyes that gleamed with tears in the dim light. Harry, the giant said, and his voice cracked on the name. Oh, Harry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Harry. That was apparently his name now. Harry. He rolled it around in his mind, trying to make it fit, trying to accept that Aldrich Thorne was dead and someone named Harry had taken his place. The giant carried him out of the ruined building, and Aldrich caught glimpses of the destruction, a cottage, small and comfortable, now half collapsed and still smoking. Two bodies inside, though the giant had carefully turned Harry away before he could see them clearly. Parents, Aldrich realized. Those were my parents. Something stirred in his chest, not his own grief, but something inherited from the body he now wore. This infant had loved those people, even if he'd been too young to remember them. That love hadn't died with them. It was part of Harry now, and by extension, part of Aldrich. The giant mounted something, a motorcycle, Aldrich realized with distant surprise, though one that flew instead of rolling along the ground. As they rose into the night sky, Aldrich let his infant eyes drift closed and tried to make sense of what had happened. He'd been summoned. That much was clear. The killing curse had been modified into some kind of soul retrieval ritual, though whether by accident or design, he couldn't yet determine. The caster, the man who'd screamed when the curse rebounded, had been attempting something beyond simple murder. But why summon him? And why into this particular body? The questions would have to wait. Infant exhaustion was pulling him under, his overtaxed brain demanding rest it couldn't deny. Aldrich let himself drift, trusting that answers would come in time. 1,000 years of experience had taught him patience, if nothing else. Time passed strangely in an infant's body. Aldrich spent the first months of his new existence in a haze, struggling to maintain coherent thought while his brain developed enough to support it. Consciousness came and went like tides, moments of startling clarity followed by hours or days of animal existence, aware of nothing but hunger and discomfort and the basic needs of survival. He was in a house. That much penetrated the fog. A house occupied by people who didn't want him there. The woman, Petunia, he learned eventually, hearing the name shouted often enough to remember it, had a face like a horse and a voice like breaking glass. She handled him with the minimum contact necessary, her movements efficient and utterly devoid of warmth. The man, Vernon, was a mountain of flesh and poorly suppressed rage, and he looked at baby Harry like something found on the bottom of a shoe. Then there was the other child. Dudley. Fat and loud and doted upon, everything that Harry was not. They'd put him in a cupboard. Not immediately, even people like the Dursleys weren't quite willing to put a baby in a cupboard. But as Harry grew from infant to toddler, as his presence shifted from inconvenience to burden, the small room under the stairs became his. Aldrich had lived through wars. He'd watched civilizations burn. He'd held dying friends in his arms and walked away from cities he'd once called home. But there was something uniquely cruel about being trapped in a body too weak to escape, too small to fight back, forced to endure petty humiliations from people who weren't worth the dirt under his boots in his former life. He learned to adapt. Age 4. Harry, he thought of himself as Harry now more often than not, the name settling into his identity like water filling a crack, sat in his cupboard and practiced. Wandless magic was his birthright. In his past life, he'd been casting before he could walk, guided by parents who were themselves archmages. But this body was different. Its magical core was powerful, surprisingly powerful, actually, with a strange scar on his forehead that seemed to pulse with additional energy, but it was also young. Undeveloped. Like trying to run a river through a pipe meant for a stream. He held out his hand, palm up, and focused. Light. Just a simple ball of light, no bigger than a marble. In his former life, he could have illuminated entire cities with a thought. Now, after 20 minutes of straining concentration, he managed a feeble glow that lasted for perhaps 3 seconds before sputtering out. Progress, though. Last week, he couldn't manage even that. Boy! Get out here. Vernon's voice, sharp with the particular anger he reserved for Harry. Footsteps thundered past the cupboard door, and Harry quickly composed his features into the blank mask he'd learned to wear. The door yanked open, and Vernon's piggy eyes glared down at him. Petunia needs help in the kitchen. Don't just sit there, move. Harry moved. The kitchen was a disaster of dirty dishes and spilled food. Dudley's birthday party had been the day before, and the Dursleys had decided that cleaning up was Harry's responsibility. He set to work without complaint, his small hands barely able to grip the larger pots but managing through stubborn determination. And don't you dare break anything, Petunia added from the doorway. If I have to replace so much as a single glass because of your clumsiness. She didn't finish the threat. She didn't need to. Harry washed dishes and thought about magic. His former civilization had understood things that this world seemed to have forgotten. Magic wasn't about wands and words and rigid classification, it was about will. Pure intent, focused through a disciplined mind, imposing itself upon reality. The tools were crutches for those who couldn't manage without them, training wheels that most mages never learned to remove. This world, from what little he'd gathered, had become entirely dependent on the crutches. The magical people Petunia sometimes referenced in bitter whispers all used wands, followed rules, limited themselves to what had already been discovered. They'd taken the infinite possibilities of magic and reduced them to a handful of approved spells. It was, frankly, pathetic. But also useful. If the magical world had forgotten what was possible, then Harry's knowledge gave him an advantage no one would expect. When he was strong enough, when his body caught up to his mind, he would be operating on an entirely different level than anyone around him. He just had to survive until then. Age 5. The schoolyard. Harry had known this moment was coming, had felt the pressure building in his core for weeks, magic responding to his emotional state despite his best efforts at control. The Dursleys' treatment had escalated as he grew older, Vernon's casual cruelty increasingly less casual. And now Dudley had decided to add his own contribution. Get him. 5 boys, all larger than Harry, all following Dudley's lead like he was some kind of general. They'd cornered Harry behind the school, away from teacher oversight, and their intentions were clear. Think you're so special, Dudley sneered, his face red with exertion from the chase. Think you're better than us because you're always reading and never talk to anyone. Harry could have explained that he didn't talk because there was nothing to say, that everyone around him was a child in every way that mattered, and he had no patience for childish conversation. But explanations wouldn't help here. Dudley didn't want to understand. He wanted to hurt. The first punch came from behind, one of Dudley's friends, taking advantage of the distraction. Harry stumbled forward, his small body absorbing the blow poorly, and the others closed in. Enough. The word echoed in his mind, and something inside him snapped. He'd been holding back. Carefully, deliberately, containing his power because exposure was dangerous and his body couldn't handle the strain. But this, 5 children beating him because they could, because no one would stop them, because he was small and alone and vulnerable, this was unacceptable. Harry raised his hand. The magic came faster than he'd intended, more powerful than he'd expected. 5 boys froze mid-motion, caught in an immobilization field that had been ancient when their great-grandparents were born. Their eyes widened, they could still see, still think, but couldn't move so much as a finger. Harry straightened slowly, ignoring the ache in his back where he'd been punched. He looked at each of them in turn, letting them see his eyes, really see them, for the first time. "Listen carefully," he said, and his voice was calm in a way that 5-year-olds' voices shouldn't be. "This is what's going to happen. You're going to leave me alone. All of you. Forever. In exchange, I won't do anything worse than this." He held the spell for 30 seconds, an eternity in their young minds, before releasing it. The boys collapsed like puppets with cut strings, gasping and shaking. "Go." They went. Harry waited until they were out of sight before letting himself feel the consequences. His magical core burned, pushed far beyond what it should have endured. He fell to his knees, vision darkening, and barely managed to crawl into the shadow of the school building before unconsciousness claimed him. When he woke, hours later, the sun was setting and the schoolyard was empty. His body felt like it had been wrung out and hung to dry. But the magic was already recovering, flowing back into channels that had been forced wider by the strain. He'd hurt himself. But he'd also proven something. The power was there. He just needed time to grow into it. The fallout from the schoolyard incident was minimal. Dudley and his friends were too afraid to explain what had happened, and their silence meant Harry faced no consequences from the adults. But Vernon noticed his son's sudden reluctance to torment the Potter boy, and Vernon didn't like mysteries. "What did you do?" It was evening, dinner long finished, Dudley safely watching television in the other room. Vernon had cornered Harry in the kitchen, his massive frame blocking the only exit. "Nothing. Don't lie to me, boy. Dudley's been different all week. Won't go near you." "What did you do?" Aldrich had faced down gods. He'd dueled beings that could unmake reality with a thought. But he'd never done any of that in a body that barely reached Vernon's waist, with a magical core still recovering from near burnout. "I defended myself," Harry said carefully. "He tried to hurt me, and I stopped him." Vernon's face went purple. "Stopped him? What's that supposed to mean? Did you use any of that freakishness?" The word dripped with disgust, and Harry felt something cold settle in his chest. "What do you know about magic?" he asked quietly. Vernon recoiled like he'd been slapped. "Don't say that word. Don't you ever say that word in my house." "Why not? It's what I am. What my parents were. Pretending otherwise won't change anything." "Your parents." Vernon's voice was low now, dangerous. "Your parents were freaks. Unemployable, worthless freaks who got themselves blown up through their own stupidity. And you're just like them, aren't you? Always thought you were better than us normal people, but look where it got them. Dead. And you're nothing. Nobody. We took you in out of the goodness of our hearts, and this is how you repay us." The rant continued, but Harry had stopped listening. He was studying Vernon, really studying him, with the practiced eye of someone who had assessed threats for centuries. Vernon was afraid. Underneath all the bluster and aggression, underneath the cruelty and contempt, there was fear. Vernon Dursley was terrified of magic, terrified of the world his wife's sister had inhabited, and that terror expressed itself as rage against the living reminder sleeping under his stairs. Fear, Harry knew, could be useful. "Vernon," he said, and something in his tone made the larger man pause mid-tirade. "I want you to understand something." He let power leak into his eyes, just a trace, just enough to make them glow faintly in the dim kitchen. Vernon stumbled back, his face going from purple to white in an instant. "You can hate me all you want. You can resent my presence in your home. I don't care about your feelings, and frankly, I don't care about you. But if you ever try to hurt me, if you so much as raise a hand in my direction, I will make you regret it. You can't, I can. I'm 5 years old, Vernon, and I just held 5 boys motionless for half a minute. Imagine what I'll be able to do when I'm 15. 20. 30. Harry let the words sink in. Leave me alone, and I'll leave you alone. That's all I'm asking. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. He turned and walked out of the kitchen, leaving Vernon standing there with his mouth open and his certainties crumbling. It wasn't kindness that stayed Harry's hand. Aldrich had done things in his long life that would haunt him forever, cruel things, necessary things, things he could never take back. He knew what he was capable of, and he knew the Dursleys weren't worth becoming that person again. But it also wasn't weakness. It was calculation. Harry needed a place to stay while he grew into his power. The Dursleys provided that, however grudgingly. As long as they left him alone, he could tolerate the mediocre food and the cramped quarters. When he no longer needed them, he would leave. Until then, a cold peace would have to suffice. Age 6. The first vision. Harry woke in his cupboard with darkness pressing against his eyes, not the ordinary darkness of night, but something deeper. Something that watched. Hello, Aldrich. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, resonating in a frequency that bypassed his ears entirely. Harry's blood ran cold. He knew that voice. You're not here, he said, keeping his own voice steady through sheer will. You can't be. The seal holds. For now. The void's presence pressed closer, a weight against his consciousness that made his head throb. But you and I are connected, Archmage. We have been since you first touched my prison 1,000 years ago. Did you think death would sever that bond? What do you want? Laughter, if something without form or feeling could be said to laugh. Want? I want what I have always wanted. Freedom. The end of your structured, limited, finite existence. The return of true chaos. Then why are you talking to me? Because you interest me. The pressure shifted, becoming almost intimate. You sealed me away when you should have died. You lived for 1,000 years when your kind lasts barely a century. And now you've been reborn into a body marked by my influence. Yes, I see the scar, Aldrich. I see the fragment of soul trapped within it. Someone has been doing my work without even knowing it. Harry's hand went to his forehead, to the lightning bolt mark that had always pulsed with strange energy. A fragment of soul. The curse that had killed his parents, the curse that had been modified into a summoning ritual, the man who cast that curse, Harry said slowly. You influenced him. Influenced? No. He was always going to seek immortality. He was always going to study the old texts, find the rituals, split his own soul in search of eternal life. I merely ensured that his research led him to specific conclusions. That his curse on this house would be shaped in specific ways. You summoned me. I arranged for you to be summoned. There is a difference. The void's presence shifted again, pulling back slightly. The man who cast that curse is still out there, Aldrich. Diminished, but not destroyed. He has other fragments of his soul hidden throughout your world, anchors that keep him tethered to existence. And each of those fragments is a crack, a tiny wound in reality that bleeds into my prison. Harry processed this information with growing horror. Whoever had attacked his parents, whoever had tried to kill him, they were somehow connected to the void's escape plan. Every piece of soul this person had hidden away was weakening the seal that Aldrich had died to create. Why tell me this? Because I want you to understand. The void's voice dropped to something almost gentle. You are not a random accident, Aldrich. You are not an unexpected variable. You are exactly where I need you to be, doing exactly what I need you to do. Every spell you cast, every power you develop, every enemy you defeat, you are preparing yourself for the role I have chosen for you. And what role is that? Silence. Then, soft and terrible, you will find out. When the time comes, you will understand everything. The presence withdrew, and Harry was alone in his cupboard once more, surrounded by ordinary darkness and the sound of his own ragged breathing. He didn't sleep again that night. Age 7. The library. Little Whinging's public library wasn't much, a few thousand books, mostly outdated, in a building that smelled of must and aging paper. But it was free, it was quiet, and the Dursleys were happy to have Harry out of the house for hours at a time. Harry haunted the stacks like a ghost, devouring everything he could find. History books first. He needed to understand how the world had changed since his death, what civilizations had risen and fallen, what wars had been fought, what events had shaped the present. The mortal history was interesting enough: Romans, Mongols, Renaissance, Industrial Revolution, 2 world wars. But it was the gaps that fascinated him most. Things that should have been recorded but weren't. Plagues that medieval Europe attributed to mundane causes but bore the hallmarks of magical warfare. Political assassinations that changed history through means that shouldn't have been possible. Natural disasters that appeared on closer examination to be anything but natural. The magical world had been busy while he was dead, even if they'd hidden their tracks reasonably well. Mythology and folklore came next. Here, Harry found more useful information, the stories that cultures told about magic and monsters and the supernatural. Most were garbled beyond recognition, but some contained grains of truth he could extract. The old ways weren't completely forgotten. Just distorted. Transformed into children's tales and superstitions, stripped of their power but not their essential shape. He found references to Merlin, which made him laugh out loud before he could stop himself. The librarian gave him a strange look, but Harry barely noticed. Merlin. The man had been a colleague, a friend, occasionally an annoyance. Seeing his name in a book of fairy tales, reduced to a cartoon wizard with a pointed hat. Well. At least they remembered him at all. The breakthrough came on a Tuesday afternoon in late autumn. Harry was searching for anything related to secret societies and British government, fishing for hints about the Magical Worlds organization, when he found a book that shouldn't have existed. It looked like an ordinary history text from the outside: Parliamentary Procedures and Reform, 1723 to 1892. Exactly the kind of thing no one would ever read. But when Harry opened it, the pages were blank except for a single handwritten note, for those with eyes to see. Harry placed his hand on the page and pushed the tiniest thread of magic into the paper. The book transformed. Text appeared, dense and small, filling pages that had seemed empty moments before. Diagrams, maps, names, dates, a secret history of the magical world's existence alongside the mundane one. Ministry of Magic, founded 1707. International Statute of Secrecy, established 1689. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, operating continuously since 990 AD. Harry read for hours, absorbing information about a world he'd helped create, though they clearly didn't remember that. The magical population of Britain numbered perhaps 10,000, maybe less. They lived in hidden enclaves, conducted business through concealed shops and services, governed themselves through a Byzantine bureaucracy that seemed designed to prevent anyone from actually accomplishing anything. And they were watching him. The book mentioned the boy who lived, Harry Potter, apparently famous throughout magical Britain for surviving a killing curse that had destroyed the Dark Lord Voldemort. The man who had killed Harry's parents. The man who had split his soul and unknowingly served the Void's purposes. Voldemort. The name meant flight from death, in French, more or less. Pretentious. But accurate, given what Harry now knew about the Horcruxes. There were monitoring charms on Harry's residence, according to the book. Protection wards keyed to blood relation. A network of observers tasked with ensuring the boy who lived remained safe and suitably ignorant until his 11th birthday, when he would receive his Hogwarts letter. Harry smiled slightly. They thought they were watching him. Controlling him. Shaping him into whatever they needed him to be. They had no idea. 2 months after finding the book, Harry put his plan into motion. The monitoring charms would detect deliberate, focused magic, the kind a young wizard might accidentally produce under emotional stress. Harry had been careful to avoid triggering them since the schoolyard incident, keeping his practice subtle and contained. But now he wanted them to notice. He waited until Vernon was in a particularly foul mood, not difficult, given the man's general temperament, and deliberately provoked him. A comment about Dudley's grades. A comparison to Harry's own test scores, which had always been suspiciously average, no point drawing attention by excelling. Vernon's face went purple, then white, then purple again. "You ungrateful little freak," Harry let fear show on his face, calculated, convincing, and pushed. The burst of magic was perfectly calibrated, strong enough to be detected, but chaotic enough to seem accidental. Every light in the house flickered. The windows rattled. A glass on the counter cracked down the middle. Vernon stumbled back, terror replacing rage. Harry collapsed to his knees, making himself small and vulnerable, and waited. The response came faster than he'd expected. They appeared in the backyard 3 hours later, two figures in robes, their clothes shifting colors to blend with the evening shadows. Harry watched from his cupboard through a crack in the door, extending his senses to catch fragments of their conversation. Definitely the Potter boy. Magical signature matches exactly. Intense for accidental magic. You think he's manifesting early? Wouldn't be surprising, given his history. The prophecy, don't mention that out here. You know the protocols. Harry filed away the word prophecy for later investigation. The two watchers conferred for several more minutes before disappearing with soft pops of displaced air. Apparition, the book had called it. Instantaneous travel over short distances. Primitive compared to what Harry was used to, but functional. He'd learned what he needed to know. The magical world was watching, but not too closely. They expected him to remain ignorant for another 4 years. That gave him time to prepare, and time to investigate. Starting with this, Diagon Alley, the book had mentioned. Age 8. London. Getting to the city was easier than Harry had expected. The Dursleys were only too happy to let him wander during school holidays, out of sight, out of mind, and public transportation didn't care about age as long as you had fare. Finding the leaky cauldron was harder. The pub existed in a space between visible and invisible, warded against mundane attention with magic that was crude but effective. Harry had to actively suppress his magical senses to see the blank wall the wards were projecting, then carefully peel back the illusion layer by layer until the building emerged like a photograph developing. The pub was small, dark, and nearly empty in the middle of a Wednesday afternoon. The bartender, a bald man with more teeth than strictly necessary for human use, gave Harry a long look but said nothing. In the magical world, apparently, unaccompanied children weren't unusual enough to warrant comment. Harry made his way through the pub to the back courtyard, where a brick wall stood waiting. The book had described the entry pattern: 3 up, 2 across from the trash bin, then tap 3 times. The wall opened like a flower blooming, bricks folding away to reveal a narrow alley beyond. Diagon Alley. Harry's first impression was disappointment. Oh, it was magical enough, shops selling cauldrons and broomsticks and mysterious potions, witches and wizards in robes that ranged from elegant to absurd, a bank at the far end that gleamed white in the afternoon sun. But the magic itself was weak. Diluted. Everything he saw was built on foundations he recognized, techniques and principles that had been ancient in his time, but reduced and simplified until they barely resembled their origins. They'd taken an ocean and turned it into a puddle. He wandered the alley for hours, observing without purchasing, cataloging everything he saw. The wand shop, Ollivander's, apparently the sole licensed wand maker in Britain, drew his attention longest. Wands had existed in his era, but as children's toys, training aids for those still learning to channel their power without physical focus. The idea that adult wizards depended on them. A woman bumped into him, apologized distractedly, and hurried on. Harry watched her go, then turned his attention to the white bank at the alley's end. Gringotts. The goblins had been present in his time too, not allies, exactly, but not enemies either. They'd occupied a strange space in magical society, respected for their craftsmanship and financial acumen, feared for their warriors, generally left alone by wizards who knew better than to provoke them. If anyone in this diminished world remembered the old ways, it would be them. The bank's interior was marble and gold and calculated intimidation, every surface designed to remind visitors who controlled the wealth. Goblins in armor flanked the entrance. Goblins in fine suits worked at counters. Goblins in practical clothes hurried between offices carrying ledgers and artifacts. Harry approached the nearest available counter and waited. The goblin behind it didn't look up immediately, a deliberate slight, Harry knew, testing his patience. He let the silence stretch. He'd spent decades in negotiations with beings far older and more dangerous than this. A few minutes of waiting was nothing. Eventually, the goblin raised its head. "May I?" The creature stopped mid-word. Its eyes, dark and sharp, fixed on Harry's face with sudden intensity. "Wait here." It disappeared without another word, leaving Harry standing alone at the counter. Around him, other goblins were beginning to take notice, subtle glances, whispered conversations. Harry kept his expression neutral and his posture relaxed. When the goblin returned, it was accompanied by another, older, by the depth of the lines on its face, and dressed in robes that spoke of significant rank. "Come with us," the elder goblin said. "Not a request." Harry followed. The office they brought him to was surprisingly spare, a desk, 2 chairs, and walls lined with shelves of books and artifacts. The elder goblin, Ragnak, he introduced himself, gestured for Harry to sit. "You are Harry Potter." "Yes." "The boy who lived. Heir to the Potter fortune. Subject of prophecy and considerable public interest." "Apparently." Ragnak studied him with eyes that held centuries of accumulated cunning. "You are also something else." Harry didn't respond. He waited. "Goblins have long memories," Ragnak continued. "Longer than wizards, who forget their history almost as quickly as they make it. We remember things that your kind has buried, truths about magic and its origins that would shake your ministry to its foundations." "And what do you remember about me?" The old goblin leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled. "I remember stories my grandmother told me, passed down from her grandmother before her. Stories about a time before the Hogwarts founders, before Merlin, before magic was codified and categorized and controlled. A time when human mages were not limited to wands and words. A time when they could reshape reality with pure will." "The old ones," Harry said quietly. "Yes." Ragnak's voice was equally soft. "That is what we called them. Archmages. Reality shapers. Beings of such power that even goblins, who fear nothing, knew better than to provoke them. They're gone now." "So we believed." Ragnak leaned forward. "And then you walked into my bank, and I felt something I have never felt before. A resonance. A weight. The kind of magical presence that exists only in old stories." Harry considered his options. Denial was pointless, the goblin had clearly sensed something true. Misdirection might buy time but would cost trust. And trust, with a race that remembered the old ways, might be the most valuable currency he could acquire. "My name was Aldrich Thorn," he said. "1,000 years ago, I sealed away something that threatened to unmake reality. The effort killed me. I thought it was the end. But it wasn't. No. Someone brought me back. Summoned me into this body. I'm still trying to understand why." Ragnak was silent for a long moment. Then, to Harry's surprise, he laughed, a harsh, barking sound that held genuine amusement. "An Archmage. Reborn into the boy who lived. The wizards have no idea what they've created." He shook his head slowly. "This changes everything, you understand. The agreements between our peoples, the balance of power, the very structure of magical society, everything rests on the assumption that the old ones are gone. That their level of magic is impossible to achieve. I'm not looking to reshape society, Harry said carefully. I just want to understand what's happening and deal with the threat that's coming. The thing you sealed. It's still there. For now. But the seal is weakening. Someone has been, inadvertently or deliberately, creating cracks in reality that bleed into its prison. If I don't find a way to stop it, to reinforce the seal or find another solution, then everything ends. Yes. Ragnar considered this. What do you need from us? Information, for now. The Potter family, my new family, descended from the old bloodlines, didn't they? There might be records, artifacts, books that survived the transition from the old ways to the new. There might be. Ragnar's expression was unreadable. You understand that we cannot simply hand over such things without agreement. Goblins do not give gifts. I wouldn't expect you to. What do you want in exchange? The old goblin smiled, showing teeth that were sharp and numerous. When the time comes, when you face whatever threatens your world and ours, you remember who helped you. Goblins have been treated as lesser beings by wizards for too long. Perhaps an Archmage's memory is less selective. You want political consideration. I want to be remembered as an ally. Not as a servant. Not as a creature to be regulated and restricted. The old ways knew no such prejudice. Harry met the goblin's eyes and saw reflected there the weight of centuries of resentment, carefully banked but never extinguished. The goblins were playing a long game, had been playing it, perhaps, since the moment the old ways fell and the new order rose. They were looking for an opportunity to restore their people's standing. And they saw one in him. If I survive what's coming, Harry said slowly, I will do what I can to address the injustices your people have suffered. Not because I owe you, but because you're right, the old ways didn't distinguish between magical peoples based on species or blood. That changed when magic became restricted, and it shouldn't have. Ragnar nodded once, sharply. Then we have an agreement. I will arrange access to the Potter family vault and any records that may be contained within. In return, you will remember this conversation when the time comes to rebuild. Agreed. They shook hands. Ragnar's grip was surprisingly strong, and Harry felt the weight of another commitment settling onto his shoulders. He was building alliances. Gathering power. Preparing for a war that no one else knew was coming. 1,000 years ago, he'd fought alone and died for it. This time would be different. This time, he would build something that could outlast him. The Potter vault was deeper than Harry had expected, deep enough that the cart ride down took several minutes, plunging through caverns that grew darker and more ancient the further they descended. The oldest vaults are at the bottom, the Goblin Guide explained. The ones that predate Gringotts itself. When the bank was founded, the founders simply built around what was already here. What was already here? Storage. Protection. Places where the old magical families kept their most valuable possessions during the wars. The goblin glanced back at Harry. Your family was one of the original depositors. Before the Potters were the Potters, they were something else. The vault, when they reached it, was protected by magic that made the wards Harry had seen elsewhere look like children's drawings. He spent several minutes simply studying the spellwork, layers upon layers of protection, some of which he recognized and some that were clearly more recent additions. But the core of the protections, that was older. That was his. I sealed this vault, Harry said quietly. A long time ago. Before I was Harry Potter. The goblin said nothing, simply waited while Harry pressed his hand to the vault door and let his magic flow into the ancient locks. They recognized him. The door swung open, and Harry stepped into his past. The vault was larger than it appeared from outside, spatially expanded, another piece of old magic that modern wizards had forgotten how to replicate. Shelves lined the walls, stretching up into shadows the torchlight couldn't reach. Artifacts, books, weapons, jewelry, centuries of accumulated wealth and knowledge, preserved against time by preservation charms he'd designed himself. "I need time," Harry said without looking back. "You have until sunset. The deep vaults become unstable after dark." The goblin withdrew, and Harry was alone with the remnants of a life he'd lived before history began. He found the books first, not the magical theory texts that lined the upper shelves, but the personal ones. Journals. Diaries. The recorded thoughts of the men and women who had descended from families he'd known. The Potters, it seemed, had been students of his tradition. Not archmages themselves, that level of power was rare even in the old days, but practitioners who remembered and preserved what they could. Generation after generation, passing down fragments of knowledge, waiting for, what? For him, apparently. One of the journals, dated 3 centuries past, made reference to a prophecy, "And the blood of the old ways shall rise again when the seal begins to crack, born into sacrifice and marked by the enemy, but carrying the knowledge of 1,000 years." Harry read that passage 3 times, committing it to memory. They'd known. Somehow, the Potter family had known he would return. They'd been preparing for centuries, preserving what they could, waiting for the moment when an Archmage would be born among them. The question was, how had they known? And who else might share that knowledge? He left the vault with a shrunken trunk full of books and artifacts, small enough to fit in his pocket. The goblin guide led him back to the surface without comment, though Harry caught glimpses of curiosity in the creature's dark eyes. "You'll want to visit again," the guide said as they emerged into Ragnarok's office. "The vault contains more than can be removed in a single visit." "I will. Thank you for your assistance." "Don't thank us." Ragnarok was waiting, his expression thoughtful. "We have our own reasons for helping you, as you well know. Just remember your promise." Harry nodded and left the bank, emerging into the late afternoon bustle of Diagon Alley with a head full of new information and a chest full of old power. The magical world thought they knew who Harry Potter was. The boy who lived. The orphan. The future savior. They had no idea. The next 3 years passed in a blur of study and preparation. Harry absorbed the contents of the Potter Vault books like water into parched earth. Some of what he found was familiar, techniques and principles that had been foundational in his previous life, now presented as exotic secrets lost to time. Other material was new, developed by the Potters and their allies in the centuries after his death, building on his legacy in directions he hadn't anticipated. His magical core continued to develop, growing stronger and more stable with each passing month. By age 9, he could sustain wandless magic for hours without strain. By 10, he was practicing combat forms, physical and magical combined, that he hadn't used since the last war of his previous life. The Dursleys left him alone, bound by fear and a reluctant recognition that the strange boy in the cupboard was not someone to be trifled with. Harry barely noticed them. His attention was focused inward, on the cultivation of power that would be needed for what was coming. At night, sometimes, the void whispered to him. It never revealed more than hints, fragments of plans, suggestions of machinations, the vast patience of something that had been scheming since before the first star lit the sky. Harry learned to endure these visitations without responding, giving the entity nothing to work with. But he remembered everything it said. The man who had killed his parents, Voldemort, the Dark Lord, Tom Riddle by birth, had created 7 Horcruxes. 7 pieces of his soul, scattered and hidden, each one a crack in reality that bled into the void's prison. Harry was the 8th crack, or close to it. The scar on his forehead contained something that wasn't quite a Horcrux but served a similar purpose. To stop the void, he would need to destroy those fragments. To destroy the fragments, he would need to find them. And to find them, he would need access to the magical world proper. Which meant waiting for his Hogwarts letter. The summer before his 11th birthday. Harry sat in his room, no longer the cupboard, but Dudley's second bedroom, surrendered grudgingly after Harry had demonstrated exactly how uncomfortable he could make the Dursleys' lives if they refused. The space was sparse but functional, a bed, a desk, shelves lined with books that looked ordinary but weren't. He was reading when the knock came. Not a normal knock, a boom that shook the house on its foundations. Downstairs, Vernon started shouting. Petunia shrieked something about decency and proper behavior. Harry smiled slightly and went to meet his guest. Hagrid was larger than Harry had expected, larger even than Vernon, which was saying something. He filled the Dursleys' living room like a bear in a dollhouse, his wild hair and beard making him look less like a person and more like a force of nature temporarily shaped into human form. "Harry Potter," the giant said, and his voice was thick with emotion. "Look at ya. Last time I saw ya, you were just a baby. You were there. The night my parents died. Hagrid's face crumpled briefly before he pulled himself together. "Dumbledore sent me to bring ya to your new home. Didn't feel right, leavin' ya here with these." He shot a look at the Dursleys that carried more contempt than Harry had thought the apparently gentleman capable of. "Folks. But Dumbledore said it was necessary. Said the protections on the house would keep ya safe." "Blood wards," Harry said. "Keyed to my mother's sacrifice. Effective against magical threats but not, as we've discovered, against mundane cruelty." Hagrid blinked. "Ya know about blood wards?" "I know about a lot of things." Harry studied the half-giant carefully, reading the weathered face for signs of deception or hidden agenda. He found none, just genuine warmth and a bone-deep loyalty to someone named Dumbledore. "You've come to take me shopping, I assume. Wand, books, supplies for school. Yevi got your letter, then?" "Not yet. But it's coming, isn't it? My 11th birthday is next week." "Yevi got old eyes, Harry." Hagrid's voice was suddenly soft. "Old eyes fare such a young face. I've heard that before." They stared at each other for a long moment, the half-giant who had carried a baby from the ruins of his parents' home, and the ancient soul wearing that baby's grown face. Then Hagrid nodded slowly, as if confirming something to himself. "Right then. Let's get ya sorted. Lots to do before term starts." Diagon Alley was busier than Harry remembered, school shopping season bringing families from across the country. He let Hagrid lead the way, playing the wide-eyed innocent while cataloguing everything he observed. The wand shop was different when you were actually there to purchase. Ollivander emerged from the shadows like a spider from its web, his pale eyes fixed on Harry with disconcerting intensity. "Ah yes," the old man breathed. Yes. I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter. It seems only yesterday your mother was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work." Harry said nothing, waiting. Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Ollivander leaned closer. You have your mother's eyes, Mr. Potter. But there's something else there too. Something, old. I'm here for a wand. Of course. But the wand maker's curiosity wasn't satisfied, Harry could see it burning in those strange pale eyes. Let's see. What followed was a performance as much as a fitting. Ollivander produced wand after wand, watching Harry's reactions with scientific precision. Most produced no response at all, the wood and core combinations failing to resonate with Harry's magic. Tricky customer, Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match, let me try something. Harry held out his hand toward the shelves behind the counter. May I? Ollivander's eyebrows rose, but he stepped aside. Harry closed his eyes, extended his senses, and felt for what he needed. There. Near the back. Dusty and forgotten, untouched for decades. That one, he said, pointing. The case that's half hidden behind the others. The wand maker's expression flickered, surprise, then something like recognition, as he retrieved the indicated box. Inside lay a wand that seemed to drink in the light, dark wood, nearly black, with silver veins running through its surface in patterns that hurt to look at directly. "You and Phoenix Feather," Ollivander whispered. 13.5 inches. "I made this wand 50 years ago and never expected to sell it. The phoenix who gave its feather, gave only one other. The brother to this wand, Mr. Potter, belongs to the wizard who gave you that scar." Harry picked up the wand, and power sang through his blood. "I know," he said quietly. "That's why I need it." The connection between him and Voldemort ran deeper than shared wand cores. They were linked by prophecy, by soul fragment, by the machinations of a force older than both of them. Fighting the Dark Lord with a weapon that resonated with that connection wasn't foolishness, it was strategy. Know your enemy. Use every tool at your disposal. Aldrich Thorne had written those principles 1,000 years ago. Harry Potter would prove they still held true. The Hogwarts Express was exactly as the books had described, a massive red engine waiting at platform 9 3/4, surrounded by families saying their goodbyes and students loading trunks through narrow doorway. Harry found an empty compartment near the back of the train and settled in with a book, preparing for the long journey ahead. He'd said his farewells to Hagrid at the station. The half-giant wasn't coming to Hogwarts immediately, something about duties at the school that required his attention. 20 minutes into the trip, the compartment door slid open. "Mind if I sit here? Everywhere else is full." The boy was Harry's age, with red hair and a face full of freckles. His robes were second-hand, his trunk battered, and his expression held the particular nervousness of someone meeting someone famous. "Go ahead." "Thanks. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley." "Harry Potter." Ron's eyes went wide. "Really? Do you, I mean, not to be rude, but, do you have the scar?" Harry lifted his fringe, revealing the lightning bolt. "Yes." "Wicked." Ron seemed to catch himself. "Sorry. You probably get that all the time." "Not really." Harry set down his book. "I've been living with muggles. This is my first time really being around magical people my own age." That wasn't strictly true. The goblin children he'd occasionally glimpsed in Gringotts were magical, but it served to put Ron at ease. The redhead relaxed visibly, launching into an eager explanation of his family, large, wizard, not wealthy but happy, and his expectations for Hogwarts. Harry found himself warming to the boy despite himself. Ron was uncomplicated in a way that Aldrich had almost forgotten people could be. He had no hidden agendas, no secret knowledge, no vast cosmic concerns weighing on his shoulders. He was 11 years old, excited for school, hoping to make friends and not embarrass himself in front of his older brothers. It was refreshing. And lonely-making, in its own way. Harry would never be that simple again. The next visitor was less welcome. "So it's true. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts." The blonde boy in the doorway had the look of old money and the attitude to match. Behind him loomed two larger boys who might have been furniture for all the independent thought they displayed. "Draco Malfoy," the blonde said, not waiting for introduction. "You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." He extended his hand. Harry looked at it for a long moment. "The wrong sort," Harry repeated mildly. "And how would you define that?" "Blood traitors. Mudbloods. People who don't understand how things work in our world." Harry had seen this before. 1,000 years ago, there had been families who believed their lineage made them superior. They'd been wrong then, and they were wrong now. "I think I'll make my own decisions about who to befriend," Harry said. "Thank you for the offer, though." Malfoy's face flushed. "You'll regret that, Potter. Mark my words." "Noted." Harry returned to his book. "Doors behind you." The blonde swept out, his bodyguards trailing in his wake. Ron let out a breath he'd been holding. "Blimey. You just told off Draco Malfoy. Was I supposed to be impressed by him? His father's rich. Connected. Some people say he was you-know-who's right-hand man, back in the war. And yet here his son is, at Hogwarts, without consequences. Harry shook his head. The war ended 10 years ago, and the people who started it are still in power. That tells you everything you need to know about magical Britain's priorities. Ron stared at him. You sound like my dad. He's always going on about the old families and their influence. Your father sounds like a wise man. The compartment door opened again, this time, a bushy-haired girl with an already exasperated expression. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. No toads here, Ron said. Sorry. The girl didn't leave immediately. Her eyes swept the compartment, landing on Harry with the particular intensity of someone cataloging new information. You're Harry Potter. I've read about you in the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century, and I'm aware of my bibliography. Harry smiled slightly. I'm also just an 11-year-old going to school, same as you. Right. Yes. Of course. She seemed flustered by the interruption. I'm Hermione Granger. My parents are dentists, muggles, I mean. I'm the first in my family to show magical ability. I've already learned all the first-year spells by heart, of course. Of course, Harry echoed. But he was studying her now with more attention. There was something in her magical signature, a brightness, a potential, that stood out from the other students he'd observed. What house do you think you'll be in? Hermione asked. I've read about all of them, and Gryffindor sounds best by far. Dumbledore himself was one, you know, but Ravenclaw wouldn't be bad either. I haven't decided yet. You can't decide. The Sorting Hat takes your preferences into account. Harry let a thread of old authority into his voice. It's a partnership, not a decree. Hermione's mouth opened, then closed. She looked like someone who had just been told the sky was actually green. That's not in any of the books I've read. Not everything important is in books. She gathered herself. I should keep looking for Neville's toad. It was nice meeting you both. She left, but Harry suspected she'd be back. The girl had the particular hunger for knowledge that marked true scholars, the kind who couldn't let an inconsistency go unexplored. Ron shook his head. Bit intense, that one. Perhaps. But intensity can be useful. Hogwarts appeared through the train window like a fever dream, towers and turrets reaching toward a star-scattered sky, windows glowing with warm light, the whole massive structure reflected in a lake that seemed to swallow the darkness. Harry had built fortresses in his previous life. He'd commanded armies, shaped landscapes, raised civilizations. But this place, this castle that had endured for 1,000 years, teaching generation after generation of young witches and wizards, struck something deep in his chest. It was beautiful. And it was young, in a way that hurt to contemplate. The boats that carried first years across the lake were guided by magic older than the castle itself. Harry felt the currents flowing through the water, recognized the signatures of maintenance charms that had been renewed countless times over the centuries. Someone had loved this place enough to care for it, generation after generation. The entrance hall was just as imposing, high ceilings, moving portraits, the bustle of older students heading to the great hall while first years clustered nervously near the doors. Professor McGonagall, a severe woman with iron-gray hair and the unmistakable air of someone who tolerated no nonsense, explained the sorting in clipped, efficient terms. Harry listened with half an ear, most of his attention focused on the magical signatures surrounding him. The wards on this castle were layered deep, thousands of years of protective magic, each generation adding to what came before. But underneath it all, Harry felt something older. Something that predated the castle itself, anchoring the protections to bedrock that had been sacred before humans built anything on it. Interesting. The Great Hall was everything the stories promised, floating candles, enchanted ceiling, for long tables filled with students in robes of black. At the head of the room sat the teachers, and among them, Harry's eyes found Dumbledore immediately. The old wizard was watching him too, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. There was power there, considerable power, by modern standards, and something else. Calculation. Assessment. The patient evaluation of someone who saw people as pieces on a board. So that's what I'm dealing with. McGonagall produced a hat that looked older than most of the portraits. The sorting hat, according to legend, had been created by the founders themselves to ensure fair placement of students into houses. Harry had his doubts about that origin story, but the artifact was certainly powerful. As students were called up one by one, he felt the hat's magic probing their minds, sorting through thoughts and impulses and potential to find the right match. Potter, Harry. The whispers started immediately, his name rippling through the hall like wind through wheat. Harry ignored them, walking to the stool with the same easy confidence he'd worn for centuries. The hat settled on his head, and a voice spoke in his mind. Well, well, well. What have we here? An Archmage, Harry thought calmly. Reincarnated. Looking for the best place to prepare for what's coming. An Archmage. Yes. I thought they were all gone. The hat's voice was intrigued, not afraid. You're the oldest mind I've ever touched, Mr. Potter. Or should I call you Mr. Thorn? Harry is fine. Harry, then. You're a puzzle, Harry. Slytherin would serve your ambitions. Ravenclaw would appreciate your knowledge. Gryffindor would suit your courage. Even Hufflepuff, loyalty, hard work, you have those qualities buried deep. Which would be most useful? Useful. The hat seemed to laugh. Such a practical way to frame the question. Very well, where would you be most useful? Harry considered. Slytherin would give him access to the pureblood political networks, but would also make him an object of suspicion. Ravenclaw would provide resources for research but isolate him from the action. Hufflepuff would earn him loyalty but little influence. Gryffindor, though. Gryffindor was where Dumbledore watched. Where the prophecy placed him. Where he could keep an eye on the threads of fate that the void had woven so carefully. Gryffindor, he decided. If you're sure. You could be great in Slytherin, you know. Very great. I've been great. I don't need to be great again. I need to be effective. Gryffindor. The shout echoed through the hall, and one of the tables exploded into cheers. Harry removed the hat and walked toward his new house, noting the expressions around him, excitement, curiosity, envy, calculation. Dumbledore was still watching, those blue eyes unreadable. Game on, old man, Harry thought. Let's see how you play. The dormitory was comfortable enough, 4-poster beds, thick curtains, the warm glow of a fireplace that never seemed to go out. Harry claimed a bed near the window and spent the first night lying awake, listening to his roommates breathing and thinking about everything that lay ahead. Ron was in the bed nearest to him. They'd already started to develop something like friendship, though Harry knew it couldn't be the uncomplicated bond that Ron wanted. There was too much Harry couldn't share. Too many secrets that would change everything if revealed. The boy named Neville, the one with the lost toad, was here too, his face troubled even in sleep. Harry had noticed something wrong with him during the feast, a subtle blockage in his magical flow that shouldn't exist naturally. Someone had tampered with this child. Memory charms, perhaps, or something more invasive. Another mystery to investigate. And somewhere out there, in the corridors of this ancient castle, were the tools and knowledge Harry would need to track down Voldemort's Horcruxes. To understand the Void's plans. To prepare for a war that no one else knew was coming. He closed his eyes and let his mind drift, not quite sleeping but not quite awake. In that liminal space, he felt the castle around him, its ancient magic, its accumulated history, its potential. This would be his base of operations. His training ground. His first step toward stopping what was coming. One way or another, he promised himself, I will not fail again. In the darkness behind his eyes, the void stirred and smiled. That's what I'm counting on, it whispered. But Harry was already learning to ignore the voice in the shadows. He had work to do. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The world behind the world. Morning light slanted through the tall windows of Gryffindor Tower, casting long shadows across the dormitory floor. Harry had been awake for hours, sitting cross-legged on his bed with the curtains drawn, running through mental exercises that predated Hogwarts by millennia. The other boys were still sleeping. Ron's snores provided a steady backdrop, while Neville muttered something unintelligible and turned over. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, the other two first-years sharing their room, hadn't stirred since collapsing into bed the night before. Harry used the quiet to extend his senses through the castle. The wards were fascinating. Layer upon layer of protective magic, accumulated over 1,000 years, each generation adding to what came before. He traced the patterns with his mind, noting where they overlapped, where they conflicted, where gaps had formed through neglect or ignorance. The founders had been skilled, genuinely skilled, by any standard, but their successors had merely maintained rather than improved. Deeper still, beneath the castle's foundations, he felt something older. A wellspring of raw magical energy that the wards drew upon, natural and ancient and vast. This was why Hogwarts had been built here. Not for the strategic location or the scenic views, but because this place was a nexus, a point where magical currents converged from across the British Isles. Useful, Harry thought. Very useful. The dormitory door creaked open, and Harry's eyes snapped to the entrance. Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother, a prefect with the particular smugness of someone who took rules very seriously, poked his head in. First years. Breakfast in 20 minutes. Don't be late. He withdrew without waiting for acknowledgement. Harry smiled slightly and began preparing for his first real day at Hogwarts. The Great Hall was chaos in the morning, students rushing between tables, owls swooping overhead with mail and packages, the clatter of silverware against plates creating a constant background noise. Harry found a seat near the end of the Gryffindor table, where he could watch both the room and the head table without being obvious about it. Ron dropped into the seat beside him, already reaching for bacon. Sleep all right? Well enough. You. Like the dead. These beds are brilliant, nothing like home. Ron loaded his plate with enough food for 3 people. What we got first? Harry consulted the schedule that had appeared beside his plate. Transfiguration with McGonagall. Then History of Magic, lunch, and double potions with Slytherin. Potions. Ron made a face. My brothers warned me about Snape. Says he hates everyone who isn't in his own house, and he really hates Gryffindors. We'll see. Hermione appeared at Harry's other elbow, already carrying a stack of books that seemed excessive for the first day. Good morning. I've been reading about Transfiguration. It's supposed to be one of the most complex magical disciplines. Did you know that the theoretical foundations were laid by Emmerich Switch in the 15th century? Although some scholars argue that earlier practitioners, Hermione. Harry's voice was mild but carried enough weight to stop her mid-sentence. It's breakfast. Perhaps save the lecture for after we've actually attended class. She flushed. I was just trying to be helpful. I know. And I appreciate the enthusiasm. But there's a difference between being prepared and being overwhelming. For a moment, she looked like she might argue. Then something in Harry's expression made her reconsider. You're right. Sorry. I want to do well. Prove that I belong here. You're a witch attending a school for witches and wizards. You belong here by definition. Harry poured himself tea. The only person you need to prove anything to is yourself. Ron was watching the exchange with obvious confusion, but he had the good sense not to interrupt. Hermione sat down slowly, her pile of books forgotten. That's not what I expected you to say. What did you expect? I don't know. Something about fame, or destiny, or, she stopped herself. Never mind. What were you reading last night? I saw you had a book, but I couldn't see the title. Ancient Magical Theory. Nothing that would be on the curriculum. Where did you get it? I've been through the library's catalog, and I don't think, family collection. Harry smiled slightly. Some things aren't in libraries, Hermione. Some things have to be inherited. She looked like she wanted to ask more questions, many more questions, but the bell chimed for the start of classes, and the moment passed. Transfiguration was held in a classroom dominated by a massive desk at the front, behind which sat a cat. Harry recognized McGonagall's animagus form immediately. The magic was obvious to anyone with proper training, but he kept his expression neutral as he took a seat. Most of the class filed in without noticing anything unusual about the cat, though Hermione gave it a suspicious look. When the last student was seated, the cat leapt from the desk and transformed mid-air into Professor McGonagall. The gasps from the class were gratifying, though predictable. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, McGonagall began, her voice carrying easily through the room. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. She spent the next hour on theory, the principles of transformation, the importance of visualization, the dangers of incomplete transfiguration. Harry listened with half an ear, most of his attention on the students around him. Ron was already struggling, his notes a mess of half-finished sentences. Hermione was writing furiously, trying to capture every word. Neville looked terrified, his quill shaking so badly that his parchment was more ink blots than text. Different learning styles, Harry noted. Different needs. A good teacher would recognize that. McGonagall, whatever her other qualities, was not adapting her approach. When the practical portion came, transforming a match into a needle, most students produced nothing at all. Ron managed to make his match slightly pointier. Hermione achieved a silvery sheen on hers, earning a rare word of praise. Harry waited until McGonagall was looking elsewhere, then tapped his match with his wand. The transformation was perfect, a complete needle, silver and sharp, with an eye for thread and everything. But instead of leaving it that way, he let the transformation degrade slightly, making it look like a very good but imperfect attempt. No point revealing too much too soon. McGonagall noticed anyway. Mr. Potter. She picked up his needle, examining it closely. This is exceptional work for a first attempt. Thank you, Professor. Have you practiced transfiguration before? No, ma'am. But my family left some books. I've been reading about magical theory for years. It wasn't a lie, exactly. Just not the whole truth. McGonagall studied him for a long moment, those sharp eyes seeing more than Harry was comfortable with. Then she nodded once. 5 points to Gryffindor. See if you can maintain that standard throughout the year. She moved on to the next student, but Harry caught the glance she shot toward the head table, where Dumbledore usually sat. They're already watching, he thought. Already comparing notes. I'll need to be careful. History of magic was a waste of time. Professor Binns was a ghost, literally, who had apparently been teaching the same curriculum since before he died. His lectures were dry, monotonous, and covered material that Harry found laughably incomplete even by this era's standards. The other students used the class to sleep or pass notes. Harry used it to plan. He needed to establish himself at Hogwarts without revealing too much. That meant performing well enough to avoid suspicion of hiding something, but not so well that people started asking uncomfortable questions. The perfect student who never seemed to study was just as suspicious as the one who knew things they shouldn't. He also needed to start investigating Neville Longbottom. The blockage he'd sensed in the boy's magic was artificial, someone had deliberately stunted his development. Given what Harry knew about the prophecy, 2 boys who fit the criteria, one chosen by Voldemort's actions, it wasn't hard to guess who might want to ensure Neville never reached his potential. But why? What purpose did it serve to cripple a child's magic? And then there was Dumbledore. The headmaster hadn't approached Harry yet, hadn't done anything beyond watching from a distance, but Harry knew it was only a matter of time. Whatever plans the old wizard had for the boy who lived, they didn't include Harry being a 1,000-year-old Archmage with his own agenda. One crisis at a time, Harry reminded himself. First, establish a baseline. Then start making moves. Lunch was uneventful. Harry ate, observed, and catalogued the political dynamics of the student body. The house tables enforced a kind of segregation, but there was mixing at the edges, alliances that crossed party lines. The Slytherins were the most insular, their table a sea of carefully neutral expressions and pointed silences. Harry spotted Draco Malfoy holding court near the center, his cronies Crabbe and Goyle flanking him like poorly trained guard dogs. The Ravenclaws were fractured into study groups and academic cliques, united only by their disdain for anyone they considered intellectually inferior. The Hufflepuffs were the most welcoming, readily absorbing students from other houses who wanted somewhere pleasant to sit. Gryffindor, Harry noted, is the house of individual glory. Everyone competing to be noticed, to stand out, to prove themselves the bravest or most talented. It made them easy to manipulate, just offer them a chance to shine. After lunch came the class Harry had been anticipating, potions. The dungeons were cold and dim, the air heavy with the smell of preserved ingredients and old stone. Professor Snape's classroom was arranged in neat rows of workstations, cauldrons waiting at each one, and the professor himself stood at the front like a shadow given human form. Severus Snape. Harry had done his research. The man was a former Death Eater, pardoned through Dumbledore's intervention, now serving as potions master and head of Slytherin House. His hatred for Harry's father was legendary, as was his favoritism toward his own students. None of which explained why a man who despised James Potter had agreed to teach his son. Dumbledore has something on him, Harry concluded. Some hold that keeps him in line. Interesting. Snape called the roll, pausing at Harry's name with theatrical disdain. Ah, yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. Draco and his Slytherin cronies snickered. Harry kept his expression neutral. Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The question was advanced, far beyond first-year curriculum. A test, then, Snape wanted to embarrass him. Draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion. Though the proportions matter significantly, too much asphodel and you get permanent unconsciousness rather than reversible sleep. Snape's eyes narrowed. And where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. It's a stone that forms from accumulated hair and plant fibers, useful as an antidote to most poisons. Though not all, thestral blood poisoning, for example, requires more specialized treatment. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, also known as aconite. The name depends on the region of origin and the preparation method. Fresh monkshood is used in pain potions, dried wolfsbane appears in lycanthropy treatments. Silence. The Slytherins had stopped snickering. Even Draco looked unsettled. Snape stared at Harry for a long moment, something flickering behind those dark eyes that might have been surprise, or recognition. It seems fame isn't everything, he said finally. 10 points to Gryffindor for adequate preparation. The words sounded like they caused him physical pain, but he said them anyway. Then he turned to the blackboard and began the lesson, his back very straight. Harry smiled slightly and prepared his ingredients. That wasn't in any first-year textbook, Snape would be thinking. Where did he learn it? Let him wonder. Mysteries were useful things. The practical portion of the lesson, a simple boil-cure potion, went smoothly. Harry completed his perfectly, though he deliberately added minor imperfections to avoid standing out, while Neville somehow managed to melt his cauldron despite having seemingly correct ingredients. Snape descended on the boy like a vulture. Idiot child. Did you add the porcupine quills before removing the cauldron from the fire? Can you not follow simple instructions? Neville shrank under the onslaught, his face going pale. The rest of the class watched in uncomfortable silence. Harry felt his jaw tighten. This wasn't teaching. This was cruelty dressed in academic robes. Snape was taking out his frustrations on a child who was already struggling, making the problem worse rather than better. Not yet, Harry told himself. Don't intervene yet. Observe. Understand the dynamics before trying to change them. But he filed the moment away, adding it to the growing list of things that would need to change. That evening, Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room, supposedly doing homework but actually watching his classmates. Ron was struggling with his transfiguration essay, the parchment covered in crossed-out sentences and ink blots. Hermione had finished hers in the first hour and was now reading ahead in their Charms textbook. Neville sat alone in a corner, staring at his own blank parchment with an expression of quiet despair. Harry made a decision. Neville. The boy looked up, startled. Why yes. Come here. Let me see your essay. Neville approached cautiously, like Harry might bite. He handed over the parchment, completely empty except for his name at the top. I can't do it, Neville said miserably. I know I should understand it, but nothing makes sense. The words just slide off. Harry examined him carefully. The blockage was still there, that artificial barrier in Neville's magical flow, but there was something else too. The boy's entire aura radiated wrongness, patterns that didn't match what should be there. Memory charms. Multiple memory charms, layered over years. Someone had been systematically tampering with this child's mind. Neville, Harry said quietly, do you remember anything about your childhood? Before you came to Hogwarts? Not really. I lived with my grandmother. She always said I was slow, that I was lucky to have any magic at all. Neville's voice was barely a whisper. My parents are in St. Mungo's. They were tortured by Death Eaters. After you know who fell. I'm sorry. It's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but, Neville shrugged helplessly. It's just how things are. Harry nodded slowly. The boy's parents had been tortured into insanity. His grandmother had raised him, apparently with the constant message that he was deficient. And somewhere along the way, someone had locked away his memories and strangled his magic. Why? The question burned. What possible purpose could this serve? I'm going to help you, Harry said. Not tonight, we'll need time and privacy, but I'm going to help you understand what's wrong and how to fix it. Neville blinked. What do you mean, what's wrong? Your magic is blocked. Not naturally, someone did it to you, probably a long time ago. That's why everything feels harder than it should be. Blocked. Neville looked like he couldn't decide whether to be hopeful or terrified. How do you know? I can see things most people can't. Trust me, what you're experiencing isn't your fault. You're not slow or weak. Someone took your strength away, and we're going to get it back. For a long moment, Neville just stared at him. Then, slowly, his eyes filled with tears. No one's ever. He couldn't finish. I know. Harry put a hand on the boy's shoulder. But things are different now. We're going to figure this out together. Ron and Hermione were watching from across the room, their expressions curious but not interfering. Harry caught Hermione's eye and gave a slight nod. She'll ask questions later, he knew. Good. Let her. Some truths needed to be shared, carefully, with people who could be trusted. The first week at Hogwarts passed in a blur of classes and observation. Harry learned the castle's rhythms, when the corridors were empty, when the teachers changed duties, which staircases moved and which stayed put. He explored during free periods, mapping passages and noting the placement of wards, building a mental model of the entire structure. He also began quietly cultivating relationships. With Ron, it was easy. The redhead was open, loyal, and starved for attention that wasn't overshadowed by his brothers. Harry let the friendship develop naturally, offering support without expecting anything in return. Hermione was more complicated. She wanted to understand everything, and Harry's mysterious knowledge gaps. He knew advanced theory but sometimes missed basic assumptions that any magical child would take for granted, drove her crazy. He fed her questions gradually, letting her research things he already knew but couldn't explain knowing. Neville remained his most concerning project. The memory charms were too deeply embedded to remove without proper preparation, and the magical block was tied to them in ways Harry didn't fully understand. He would need time, privacy, and probably resources he didn't yet have access to. The other Gryffindors, Seamus, Dean, the older students, were peripheral. Useful for information and cover, but not close. The Slytherins watched him with suspicion. Draco had given up direct confrontation after the train, but Harry caught the blonde's calculating glances across the Great Hall. The Malfoy heir was reassessing, trying to figure out what he'd missed. Good, Harry thought. Let him think. Thinking is better than acting. The second week brought flying lessons. Madame Hooch was a no-nonsense instructor with yellow eyes that reminded Harry uncomfortably of a hawk. She lined the students up on the Quidditch pitch, Gryffindors and Slytherins together, because apparently the schedule makers enjoyed chaos, and handed out school brooms that had seen better decades. Stick out your right hand over your broom and say, up. Harry's broom jumped into his hand before he finished the word. So did Draco's. Most of the others struggled, their brooms rolling or twitching but refusing to rise. Hermione's broom barely moved. She looked frustrated, the first thing at Hogwarts that didn't respond to academic preparation. Don't think about it so much, Harry murmured. Magic responds to will, not reason. Feel what you want, then let it happen. She shot him a skeptical look but tried again. This time, the broom rose slowly into her grip. Better, Harry said. That doesn't make sense. Magic should be systematic, it is. But the system isn't rational. Not the way Muggles think of rational. Harry kept his voice low, mindful of the other students. The universe doesn't run on logic, Hermione. It runs on will and structure and patterns that predate human thought. Learning magic is learning to think the way reality thinks. She stopped. That's actually a really interesting framework. Is that from one of your family books? Something like that. Before she could press further, Neville's broom decided to bolt. The boy shot into the air, clinging to the handle with white-knuckled terror, and Harry's instincts kicked in before he could stop them. He was off the ground in an instant, broom responding to his will like an extension of his body, chasing Neville across the pitch. Let go and trust me. Harry shouted. I can't. You can. I'll catch you. The broom bucked, trying to throw Neville off, and Harry pushed his own mount faster. He reached the boy just as his grip failed, snatching him out of the air and cradling him against his chest as they spiraled down toward the grass. The landing was rough but controlled. Harry deposited Neville on solid ground and dismounted, his heart pounding with adrenaline he hadn't expected to feel. Are you hurt? And no. Neville was shaking, but his eyes were wide with something other than fear. You caught me. How did you? That was incredible. Harry became aware that everyone was staring. Madame Hooch pushed through the crowd, her expression torn between concern and something that looked suspiciously like admiration. Potter. That was either the most reckless or the most skilled flying I've ever seen from a first year. Where did you learn to handle a broom like that? I didn't. Harry shrugged. It just felt natural. Natural. Right. Hooch shook her head slowly. Well. 10 points to Gryffindor for quick thinking, and a detention if you ever pull a stunt like that without good reason. With good reason, apparently, I'm supposed to nominate you for the house team. She stalked off to check on the school broom, which had crashed into the stands. Harry found himself surrounded by excited Gryffindors, all talking at once. "Did you see that? He was like a professional, that dive. I thought you were both going to crash." "Brilliant, mate, absolutely brilliant," Ron pushed through the crowd, grinning widely. "Harry, that was amazing. Wait until I tell my brothers. Charlie was a seeker, you know, he'd have loved to see that." Harry accepted the congratulations with appropriate modesty, but his attention was elsewhere. Across the pitch, Draco Malfoy was watching with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. Not anger, not jealousy, something more thoughtful. More dangerous. He's reassessing again, Harry realized. Trying to figure out if I'm a threat or an opportunity. The answer, of course, was both. That evening, Professor McGonagall summoned Harry to her office. The room was lined with bookshelves and Quidditch memorabilia, trophies, photographs of past teams, a signed Puddlemere United poster that looked decades old. McGonagall sat behind her desk, her expression unreadable. "Sit down, Potter." Harry sat. "I've spoken with Madame Hooch about this afternoon's incident. She believes you have exceptional natural talent. I got lucky." "Lucky?" McGonagall's eyes narrowed. "Mr. Potter, I've been teaching at this school for nearly 40 years. I've seen lucky. What you did today wasn't luck. It was skill, instinctive, perhaps, but skill nonetheless." She leaned forward. "The Gryffindor Quidditch team needs a seeker. Our previous one graduated last year, and we haven't found a suitable replacement. Hooch thinks you could fill the position." "I'm inclined to agree." Harry considered the offer carefully. Quidditch would raise his profile, make him more visible, more scrutinized. But it would also give him cover for being exceptional. Athletes were allowed to be naturally talented in ways that academics weren't. "First years aren't usually allowed on house teams," he said. "No. But exceptions have been made before, for exceptional circumstances." McGonagall allowed herself a small smile. "I believe you qualify. I'll need a proper broom. The school ones are. A donation has already been arranged. A Nimbus 2000, top of the line." Her smile widened slightly. "You'll find that being famous has some advantages, Mr. Potter. People are eager to invest in your success." "Anonymous donor," Harry translated. "Dumbledore, probably, using this to build a sense of obligation." "When would I start?" "Practice begins next week. Oliver Wood is our captain, he'll contact you with the schedule." McGonagall stood, extending her hand. "Welcome to the team, Potter. Do try not to get yourself killed." Harry shook her hand. "I'll do my best, Professor." The news spread through Gryffindor Tower like wildfire. By the time Harry returned to the common room, half the house seemed to know. Youngest seeker in a century. Fred Weasley, or possibly George, Harry hadn't learned to tell them apart yet, clapped him on the shoulder. "You'll be legendary, Potter." "No pressure," the other twin added. "Just the entire house's hopes resting on your shoulders." Cheery thought. "Thanks." Ron was practically bouncing with excitement. A Nimbus 2000. Do you know how fast those things go? Charlie used to have one. Well, he had a clean sweep 7, but he wanted a Nimbus. Even Hermione seemed impressed, though she tried to hide it behind her usual academic facade. "I've been reading about Quidditch. The rules are quite interesting, actually, the mathematical probabilities of different play strategies." "Save it for the match," Ron interrupted. "No one wants statistics during a game." "Statistics are useful, in school, maybe, but Quidditch is about feeling, about—" Harry let their argument fade into background noise, his attention caught by something else. Neville was sitting alone by the fireplace, watching Harry with an expression that held equal parts gratitude and confusion. When their eyes met, the boy looked away quickly. Later, Harry decided. "We'll talk later. There's time." But even as he thought it, he felt a whisper at the edge of his consciousness, the void, stirring, amused. "Time is something you have less of than you think," it murmured. "The pieces are moving, Aldrich. Can you feel them?" Harry pushed the voice away and joined his friend's celebration, but the warning lingered. Something was coming. Something beyond Quidditch and classes and the ordinary concerns of school. He just hoped he was ready for it. October arrived with rain and falling leaves and a creeping sense of unease that Harry couldn't quite explain. The castle's wards felt different, not weaker, exactly, but stressed, as if something was pressing against them from the inside. Harry spent hours tracing the patterns, trying to identify the source, but whatever was causing the disturbance was well hidden. Meanwhile, life at Hogwarts continued. Quidditch practice was grueling but satisfying. Oliver Wood was a fanatic, utterly obsessed with winning the cup, but his strategies were sound and his dedication infectious. Harry found himself enjoying the flying more than he'd expected, the physical challenge a welcome break from mental work. Classes settled into routine. Harry maintained his careful balance of excellence without standing out, though Hermione was catching up faster than he'd anticipated. The girl was genuinely brilliant, not just book-smart but capable of intuitive leaps that surprised him. "You're testing me," she said one evening in the library, after Harry had explained a piece of advanced transfiguration theory. "These questions you ask, they're leading somewhere. You want me to figure something out. Is it working? I don't know. But I'm starting to think." She hesitated. "Starting to think you know more than you're letting on." "A lot more." Harry considered her carefully. Hermione was loyal, intelligent, and desperately wanted to prove herself. She was also relentlessly curious, the kind of person who couldn't leave a mystery unsolved. He could lie to her. Keep her at arm's length. Protect his secrets. Or he could start building something more valuable, trust. "If I told you something impossible," he said slowly, "something that contradicted everything you think you know about the world, would you listen? Really listen, before deciding I was crazy?" Hermione's eyes widened. "What do you mean?" "Not here. Not now. But soon." Harry gathered his books. "I need to know if you can handle truths that don't fit in textbooks, Hermione. Because what's coming, it won't be in any book you've ever read." He left her sitting there, staring after him with an expression of intense curiosity. Seed planted, he thought. Now we see if it grows. Halloween brought the first crisis. Harry had felt it coming for days, the ward stress increasing, something pushing at the castle's defenses from within. He tried to trace the source but kept hitting dead ends, barriers that seemed designed to prevent exactly what he was attempting. Then Quirrell ran into the Great Hall, screaming about a troll. The defense professor's terror was well acted, Harry would give him that, but his eyes told a different story. There was calculation there, purpose. He's responsible, Harry realized instantly. He let it in. But why? As Dumbledore directed students back to their dormitories, Harry slipped away. He'd noticed Hermione's absence at dinner, she'd been crying in the bathroom, Ron had mentioned, upset over something Ron himself had said, and she didn't know about the troll. The corridors were chaos, students rushing in every direction, teachers trying to maintain order, the whole careful structure of the castle dissolving into panic. Harry moved against the flow, following his senses toward the girls' bathroom on the first floor. He found the troll before it found Hermione. The creature was massive, 12 feet of muscle and bone, carrying a club that could crush stone. It moved with the particular stupidity of its kind, following noise and smell rather than reason. Harry stepped into its path. "Here," he said clearly. "Look at me." The troll turned, its tiny eyes fixing on this new target. It raised its club. Harry raised his hand. The magic he released wasn't a spell, not in the way modern wizards understood the term. It was pure will, focused through centuries of practice, imposing his intent directly upon reality. "Stop." The troll stopped. It stood frozen mid-swing, club suspended overhead, eyes widening as something it couldn't comprehend locked its muscles in place. Harry walked past it calmly, entered the bathroom, and found Hermione cowering under a sink. "Come with me. Now." She didn't argue, the look on his face left no room for questions. She followed him out of the bathroom, past the immobilized troll, down the corridor toward safety. They made it 30 feet before the spell gave out. Harry's magical core burned, he'd pushed too hard, asked too much from a body that was still developing. The troll roared behind them, freed from its paralysis, and Harry knew he couldn't do that again. Not tonight. Possibly not for days. "Run," he said. "I'll slow it down." "Harry, run." Hermione ran. Harry turned to face the troll, drawing his wand for the first time. The modern magic felt clumsy after the pure will he'd just wielded, but it was what he had left. The troll charged. Harry dove aside, narrowly avoiding the club that cratered the floor where he'd been standing. He cast a tripping jinx at its feet, useless, the creature barely noticed, then a stinging hex at its eyes. That got a reaction, the troll bellowed and swung blindly, demolishing a section of wall. "Hey! Over here!" Ron's voice, somehow, coming from behind Harry. The redhead had appeared from nowhere, wand out, face pale but determined. "I heard the noise, Hermione said you were, what is that thing?" "Mountain troll. Don't let it hit you." "Wasn't planning on it." They worked together by instinct, Harry drawing the troll's attention while Ron cast whatever spells he could think of, neither one doing much damage but keeping the creature confused. It was buying time, nothing more, but time might be enough. Then Hermione returned. She'd found a teacher somewhere, Professor Flitwick, the tiny charms instructor, who took one look at the situation and raised his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The troll's club flew from its grip, soaring upward, then came crashing down on its owner's head. The creature swayed, eyes rolling back, and collapsed with a crash that shook the corridor. Silence. Then, slowly, Ron started to laugh. We just fought a troll." "Blimey, Harry, you're completely mental, you know that?" Harry couldn't disagree. The aftermath was complicated. McGonagall arrived first, her face cycling through emotions too fast to track. Snape came next, limping slightly. Harry noticed the limp and filed it away for later consideration. Dumbledore appeared last, his expression carefully neutral. Hermione lied before anyone could ask questions. "It was my fault, Professor. I went looking for the troll, I thought I could handle it because I've read about them. Harry and Ron came to save me." McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "Be that as it may, Miss Granger, leaving the safety of your dormitory," "She didn't know," Harry interrupted. "She was in the bathroom before the announcement. If anyone's to blame, it's whoever let a troll into the castle in the first place." His eyes met Quirrell's across the corridor. The defense professor flinched. "Yes," Harry thought. "I know. And now you know I know." 5 points from Gryffindor, McGonagall said finally. "For sheer foolishness. And 5 points to each of you, for pure dumb luck." It wasn't praise, exactly, but it wasn't condemnation either. Harry accepted it and let himself be herded back toward Gryffindor Tower. Behind him, he felt Dumbledore's gaze like a weight on his shoulders. "He's wondering how I did it," Harry knew. The troll was frozen when the teachers found it. He wants to know what kind of magic can do that. Let him wonder. Mysteries were protection as much as liability. That night, the three of them sat together in the common room, long after the other students had gone to bed. "You didn't use a spell," Hermione said quietly. "When you stopped the troll. I was watching through the bathroom door. You just held up your hand and it stopped. Some magic doesn't need words. That's not supposed to be possible. The textbooks all say, the textbooks are wrong." Harry met her eyes. "About a lot of things. I told you I might tell you something impossible. Are you ready to hear it? Ron looked between them, confused but loyal. What are you talking about? Harry took a deep breath. I'm not just Harry Potter. Not entirely. I have memories. Knowledge. From before. A long time before. Before what? Before Hogwarts. Before the Ministry. Before the Founders. Harry let that sink in. I remember things from 1,000 years ago, because a part of me lived 1,000 years ago. I was an Archmage, one of the old kind, before magic was restricted and codified. I died sealing away something terrible, and somehow I was brought back. Reborn into this body. Silence. Ron's mouth had fallen open. Hermione looked like she was processing a particularly difficult equation. That's... Ron shook his head. That's mad. Completely mad. Probably. Can you prove it? Hermione asked. Not that I don't, I mean, I saw what you did, but, can you show us something? Something that proves you're not just... I don't know, making it up. Harry considered for a moment. Then he held out his hand, palm up, and focused. Light blossomed in his palm, not the feeble glow he'd managed as a child, but something stronger. It shifted colors, became shapes, a castle, a dragon, a figure wielding lightning. The magic moved like living art, telling a story without words. Wandless magic, Harry said. No incantation, no gestures. Just will. The modern magical world calls it impossible. 1,000 years ago, it was how everyone learned. He let the light fade. I'm telling you this because I need allies. There's something coming, something bigger than Voldemort, bigger than the Ministry, bigger than anything this world is prepared to face. I can't stop it alone. And I think... He looked at each of them in turn. I think you two might be the people I've been waiting for. Ron swallowed hard. What kind of something? Something ancient. Something hungry. Something that's been planning for a very long time. Harry's voice was quiet but steady. The thing I sealed away, it's breaking free. And when it does, it won't matter what house you're in or what blood you have. It will consume everything. Hermione was pale but composed. And you think we can help stop it? I think you can learn to help. If you're willing. Harry leaned forward. I won't lie to you, it will be dangerous. You'll have to learn things that aren't in any curriculum, practice magic that's technically illegal, keep secrets that could get all of us in serious trouble. I'm asking a lot. You saved my life, Hermione said. Twice now, if you count Charm's homework. And you're the first person who ever took me seriously instead of just thinking I was an annoying know-it-all. You are an annoying know-it-all, Ron muttered, but there was affection in it. But you're our annoying know-it-all. And Harry. He straightened slightly. You're my friend. If you need help, I'm in. Whatever it takes. Even if it's dangerous. Especially if it's dangerous. Ron grinned crookedly. What's the point of being a Gryffindor if you're not going to do something stupid and brave? Harry felt something shift in his chest, a loosening of tension he hadn't known he was carrying. For 1,000 years, he'd shouldered burdens alone. Kept his own counsel. Trusted no one because trusting meant losing. Maybe it was time to try something different. Thank you, he said quietly. Both of you. Hermione reached out and took his hand. Ron did the same. For a moment, 3 children sat together in a firelit room, united by something none of them fully understood. Then Harry smiled. Right. Let's begin. The weeks that followed were intense. Harry started training his friends in earnest, not the full scope of ancient magic, which their bodies and minds weren't ready for, but the foundations. Mental discipline first, clearing the mind, focusing intention, learning to feel magic rather than just perform it. Hermione took to it fastest. Her analytical mind adapted well to the precise control required, and her determination meant she practiced until she got things right. Within 2 weeks, she could levitate objects without speaking, short distances, small items, but wandless nonetheless. Ron was slower but more intuitive. He struggled with the theory but excelled at the practical, his magic responding to emotion in ways that were hard to teach. His instincts were good, if undeveloped. Neville was the most surprising. Once Harry started working on the magical block, carefully, incrementally, always stopping before the memory charms could trigger, the boy's true potential began to emerge. He wasn't naturally gifted in the flashy areas like transfiguration or charms, but his connection to living things was extraordinary. Plants responded to his touch. Animals trusted him instinctively. "You're an earth mage," Harry told him one evening, after Neville had coaxed a dying flower back to full bloom with a touch. "It's rare, maybe 1 in 10,000 has the affinity. In the old days, you'd have been trained from birth." "But I'm not good at anything else," Neville said, his old doubts surfacing. "Because you've been trying to do magic the way others do it. You're not built that way." Harry smiled. "We'll find what you are built for. And it's going to be magnificent." Christmas came with snow and solitude. Most students went home for the holidays, Ron to the Burrow, Hermione to her parents' house in London. Harry stayed at Hogwarts, officially because the Dursleys wanted nothing to do with him, secretly because the castle empty was easier to explore than the castle full. He spent the break mapping the hidden passages, testing the wards, investigating the parts of the school that students weren't supposed to access. The restricted section of the library was child's play to enter. He read books that would have horrified Madame Pants, absorbing knowledge that the modern world had tried to bury. He also made contact with his goblin allies. Ragnock sent messages through hidden channels, updating Harry on developments in the wider magical world. Voldemort's old followers were stirring, not openly, not yet, but enough to worry those who paid attention. The Ministry was oblivious, too focused on maintaining order to notice the shadows gathering. And somewhere in the castle, something stirred. Harry found it on Christmas Eve, while exploring the third-floor corridor that Dumbledore had declared off-limits. The door was locked, warded, and guarded by a massive 3-headed dog that would have stopped any normal intruder. Harry was not a normal intruder. "Sleep," he told the beast, and it did. Beyond the door lay a trapdoor. Beyond the trapdoor, a series of chambers, each containing a different obstacle, magical plants, enchanted keys, a giant chess set, a logic puzzle with potions. Child's play, most of them. Tests designed for someone young and clever and brave to overcome. At the end of it all, a mirror. The Mirror of Eriste, according to the inscription. Harry recognized it from his research, an artifact that showed the viewer their deepest desire. Dangerous, in its way. People had wasted away staring into it, chasing visions they could never touch. Harry looked. He saw himself, older, surrounded by people he loved. Some faces were familiar, Ron, Hermione, Neville. Others were strangers, but the emotion was the same. He was happy in the mirror. At peace. Free from the weight of centuries. Behind his reflection, faintly, he saw a woman with red hair and green eyes. A man with messy black hair and glasses. His parents. Something cold touched his spine. A beautiful vision, is it not? Harry spun. Dumbledore stood at the chamber's entrance, his expression impossible to read in the mirror's glow. "Headmaster. I wondered if you would find this place." Dumbledore stepped closer, his footsteps echoing in the stone chamber. The protections were designed for someone with particular qualities, courage, cleverness, a certain disregard for rules. "I had thought to use it as a test, when the time came." "A test for what?" "That depends on you, Harry." Dumbledore's blue eyes studied him intently. "You are not what I expected. The child I hoped to guide, the hero of prophecy, he was supposed to be simpler. More, malleable. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Oh, I'm not disappointed. Merely, recalibrating. The old wizard smiled slightly. What do you see in the mirror, Harry? What is your deepest desire? Peace. The word came out before Harry could stop it. An end to fighting. To watching everyone I love turn to dust. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. That is not what I expected, he said finally. No. I imagine not. They stood together in front of the mirror, two people with too many secrets, neither willing to show their full hand. The mirror guards something, Harry said. Something important. Something Quirrell wants. Dumbledore's expression flickered. You noticed. The limp Snape was hiding. The way Quirrell keeps glancing toward this corridor. Someone let that troll in as a distraction, Quirrell, probably, and he wanted to get to whatever's here. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. What is it? A powerful artifact. Something that should not fall into the wrong hands. Voldemort's hands. Another flicker. You're very well informed, Harry. I have good sources. Harry turned back to the mirror. You're using this castle as bait. The stone, it's the Philosopher's Stone, isn't it? You borrowed it from Nicholas Flamel, put it here with just enough protection to seem secure but not enough to actually stop a determined attempt. And why would I do that? Because you want Voldemort to come. You want to draw him out, force him to show himself, see how far he's recovered. Harry's voice was flat. You're using this school, these children, as a trap. Dumbledore said nothing. I'm not going to stop your plan, Harry continued. But I'm not going to be your piece on the board, either. When Quirrell makes his move, I'll handle it. My way. And you're going to stay out of my path. You're very confident for an 11-year-old. I'm not 11. Not really. Harry finally turned to face the headmaster fully. You know that already, don't you? You've suspected since the sorting, maybe before. Something's different about me. Something that doesn't fit your prophecies or your plans. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. I've known something was unusual. The way you look at the world. The knowledge you shouldn't have. I've been trying to understand. And now? Now I think. The old wizard paused. Now I think you might be more valuable as an ally than a pawn. If you're willing. Harry considered the offer. Dumbledore was manipulative, secretive, and far too convinced of his own wisdom. But he was also powerful, connected, and genuinely opposed to the forces Harry needed to defeat. The enemy of my enemy, Harry thought. Partnership, he said finally. Not subordination. I'll work with you, not for you. I keep my secrets, you keep yours, and we help each other when it benefits us both. And if our interests conflict, then we'll deal with it when it happens. But I think. Harry smiled slightly. I think you'll find our interests align more than you expect. The thing I'm fighting, it makes Voldemort look like a child throwing a tantrum. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly. I know about a lot of things. Harry turned and walked toward the chamber's exit. Sleep well, headmaster. And don't worry about Quirrell. I'll handle him when the time comes. He left the old wizard standing alone in front of the mirror, staring at visions only he could see. The spring term brought escalation. Quirrell was getting desperate. Harry could feel it in the increasing frequency of his glances toward the third-floor corridor, the nervous tension that vibrated through his magical signature. Whatever was riding him, and Harry was now certain something was riding him, the parasitic presence was unmistakable to trained senses, was pushing for action. Harry let him stew. The Quidditch season provided useful distraction. Gryffindor won their matches against Slytherin and Hufflepuff, Harry's flying drawing crowds and commentary that he found more annoying than flattering. Fame was a tool, nothing more, but the constant attention made it harder to work unnoticed. His friends continued to progress. Hermione had mastered basic wandless casting and was starting to integrate it into her regular spellwork, subtle enhancements that made her magic more efficient. Ron had developed a surprising talent for magical strategy, his chess-honed mind adapting well to combat planning. Neville could now grow plants with a touch, his earth magic strengthening daily. They weren't ready for what was coming. Not yet. But they were closer than they'd been. The confrontation came in June. Harry woke to the feel of magic shifting, the wards around the third-floor corridor activating, then failing one by one. Someone was making their move. He didn't wake his friends. This was his fight. The corridors were empty as he moved through them, silence pressing in from all sides. The three-headed dog was unconscious, drugged, by the smell, and the trapdoor stood open. Harry descended. The devil's snare was already destroyed, scorched by someone who preferred fire to finesse. The keys were scattered, one of them bent and broken. The chessboard was in ruins, pieces shattered across black and white squares. The potions puzzle was solved, 2 empty bottles sitting beside a note in Quirrell's precise handwriting, for the Potter boy, if he comes. Harry ignored the provocation and moved forward. The final chamber was different than before. The mirror still stood at its center, but now someone stood before it, Quirrell, his turban removed, revealing nothing. The back of Quirrell's head was smooth, unmarked, showing no sign of the parasitic presence Harry had expected. "Ah, Potter." Quirrell's voice was different too, stronger, more confident. "I wondered if you would come." "Where is he?" "Who?" "Don't play games." Harry's wand was in his hand, magic gathering at his fingertips. "I know something's been riding you all year." "Where is it?" Quirrell smiled. And then his face rippled, features shifting like wax in a furnace, and when they settled again, they belonged to someone else. "Clever boy," said the face that was no longer Quirrell's. "Very clever indeed." Harry recognized the features from his research. Tom Riddle, age perhaps 30, handsome, charismatic, and utterly wrong in ways that went deeper than appearance. Voldemort. In a manner of speaking. The possessed body turned to face Harry fully. A fragment of myself, at least. Quirrell was useful, but limited. I needed a host who could retrieve what I sought. The Philosopher's Stone. Among other things. Those red-tinged eyes studied Harry with uncomfortable intensity. "You're different than I expected, Potter. I've been watching you all year, through Quirrell's eyes, and you don't behave like a child. You don't think like one. You see things that should be invisible. You're not the only one with tricks." Evidently. Voldemort gestured, and Harry felt magic press against his shields, probing, testing. "Your defenses are unusual. Not Dumbledore's work. Something older. Something I don't recognize." "Good. Yes." The possessed face smiled. "Very good, actually. You fascinate me, Harry Potter. The prophecy said you were my equal, my nemesis, but this is something else entirely, isn't it? You're not just the boy who survived. You're something more. I'm the person who's going to stop you. Perhaps. Or perhaps you're the person who will help me." Voldemort stepped closer, and Harry felt the wrongness intensify, the twisted magic, the fractured soul, the hunger that went beyond mortal desire. "I can sense it in you, you know. The power. The knowledge. You understand things that even Dumbledore doesn't. Join me, and we could reshape this world together." "No. Don't refuse so quickly. Think about what I'm offering." I said no. Harry raised his wand. "I've heard this pitch before, from people far more persuasive than you. The answer is always the same. Power for its own sake is meaningless. Immortality through soul-splitting is obscene. And whatever you think you're working toward, it's not freedom. It's just another kind of prison." Voldemort's expression hardened. so be it. The attack came faster than mortal reflexes could follow, a killing curse, that familiar green light, aimed straight at Harry's heart. Harry didn't dodge. He raised his hand, and something impossibly old rose with it. The curse stopped. It hung in the air between them, emerald light twisting against invisible barriers, and Voldemort's eyes went wide. How, that's not, no one can, you're wrong about a lot of things, Harry said calmly. That's just one more. He released the trapped curse, letting it dissipate harmlessly, and attacked. The battle that followed shook the chamber to its foundations. Harry wielded magic that hadn't been seen in 1,000 years, pure will, focused through a discipline Voldemort couldn't understand. The Dark Lord countered with power that would have overwhelmed any normal wizard, but Harry wasn't normal. Had never been normal. They fought through curses and shields and raw magical force, neither able to land a killing blow. The mirror shattered. The walls cracked. The very air burned with unleashed energy. What are you? Voldemort screamed, frustration breaking through his composure. Something you're not equipped to understand. Harry advanced, pushing the possessed body back toward the chamber's far wall. He could feel Quirrell weakening, the host body failing under the strain of containing two wills, and knew he couldn't kill Voldemort without killing the man he'd possessed. Not yet, he decided. Not until I understand more. I'm going to let you leave, Harry said. This once. But know this, I will find your anchors. Your Horcruxes. Every piece of your shattered soul. And I will destroy them, one by one, until there's nothing left. You don't know what you're threatening, I know exactly what I'm threatening. Harry smiled coldly. Run, Tom Riddle. While you still can. The wraith fled. It tore itself from Quirrell's body with a sound like screaming wind, leaving the professor to collapse in a heap on the floor. Harry watched it go, felt it pass through the wards and disappear into the night. Then he turned to Quirrell. The man was still breathing, barely. Harry knelt beside him, checking vital signs with the efficiency of long practice. Why? Quirrell whispered. Why did you let him go? Because killing you wouldn't kill him. Not permanently. And I needed to understand how deep your connection went. It went. Quirrell coughed, blood on his lips. All the way. He was in my head for years. I couldn't. I tried to fight, at first. I know. Harry felt unexpected compassion stir. You were a victim too, in your way. He'll come back. He always comes back. Not forever. Harry stood. Rest now. The headmaster will be here soon. Tell him whatever you want, I don't care about the official story. He left Quirrell lying amid the ruins and walked back through the gauntlet of traps, through the trapdoor, past the sleeping dog. Dumbledore was waiting in the corridor above, his expression unreadable. It's done, Harry said. For now. I felt the magic from my office. The headmaster studied him intently. What you did down there. That wasn't any magic I've ever seen. No. It wasn't. Will you tell me, someday? Maybe. Harry met his eyes. For now, just know that I'm on your side. Against Voldemort, against what's coming after Voldemort. You don't have to trust me completely. Just trust that our interests align. Dumbledore considered this for a long moment. Very well, he said finally. For now. Harry nodded and walked away, leaving the old wizard to deal with the aftermath. The end of term came quickly after that. Quirrell survived, barely. The official story was that he'd been possessed by a dark spirit and bravely fought against it until help arrived. Harry let the lies stand, it served his purposes well enough. Gryffindor won the House Cup, thanks in part to last-minute points for services to the school. Harry accepted the congratulations of his housemates with appropriate modesty. On the train ride home, he sat with his friends and talked about nothing important, summer plans, book recommendations, who might be next year's defense professor. Normal 11-year-old concerns. But underneath the casual conversation, something had changed. Ron and Hermione knew now. Knew that Harry was more than he appeared. Knew that something terrible was coming. They'd chosen to stand with him anyway, and that choice had forged bonds stronger than simple friendship. Neville was healing. The magical block was almost entirely dissolved, his true power beginning to emerge. In another year, maybe two, he would be a force to be reckoned with. And Harry himself. He looked out the window at the passing countryside and allowed himself to hope. The first year was over. The first battles had been fought. The foundation was laid. Now the real work could begin. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Stones and Shadows. Summer at Privet Drive was different this year. Harry had claimed the largest bedroom as his own within hours of returning, a simple matter of adjusting the Dursleys' perceptions until they couldn't quite remember why they'd ever objected. The room gave him space for his books, his artifacts, his nightly practice sessions that pushed his recovering magical core back toward its former strength. The Dursleys left him alone entirely now. Vernon couldn't meet his eyes. Petunia flinched whenever he entered a room. Dudley had taken to spending every possible moment at friends' houses, anywhere that wasn't home. Harry didn't mind the isolation. He had work to do. The trunk from the Potter vault sat open at the foot of his bed, its contents spread across every available surface. Ancient texts in languages that hadn't been spoken in centuries. Ritual diagrams that predated the founding of Hogwarts. Personal journals from generations of Potters who had preserved what they could of the old ways, waiting for someone who could use it. Harry read everything. Absorbed everything. Felt his understanding deepen with each passing day. The Horcruxes were his primary focus. Voldemort had created 7, that much the void had revealed. 7 anchors binding his fractured soul to the mortal world. 7 cracks in reality that bled power into the entity's prison. Harry needed to find them. Destroy them. Cut off the void's power source before the seal failed completely. The problem was information. The Potter archives contained theory and history, but nothing about Tom Riddle's specific choices. For that, Harry would need access to sources closer to the Dark Lord himself. Which meant returning to Gringotts. The goblins had been busy in his absence. Ragnarok met him in the same sparse office, but the shelves were fuller now, new artifacts, new texts, items acquired through channels Harry didn't ask about. The old goblin's expression held something that might have been satisfaction. "You've been making waves, Mr. Potter. The wizarding world is buzzing with rumors about what happened at Hogwarts. Let them buzz. I need information." "You always do." Ragnarok gestured to a chair. "Sit. Tell me what you're looking for." Harry sat. Voldemort created soul anchors, Horcruxes. I need to know what objects he used and where he might have hidden them. The goblin's eyes sharpened. Horcruxes. Dangerous magic, that. Older than most wizards realize. I know. I helped develop the theory, once upon a time. Harry's smile was thin. It was supposed to be a last resort for preserving knowledge across generations. Not a path to immortality for madmen. And yet here we are. Ragnarok leaned back. I may have something useful. During the last war, Gringotts conducted audits of certain high-security vaults. Death Eater families, suspected collaborators. We found some interesting items. Such as a cup. Gold, with badger engravings. Stored in the Lestrange vault under heavy protections. The goblin's voice was careful. Our curse breakers detected something wrong with it. Something that felt like death and hunger wrapped in metal. They sealed the vault and reported their findings to the Ministry. Let me guess. The Ministry did nothing. The Ministry, Ragnarok said dryly, decided that investigating a vault belonging to incarcerated but politically connected purebloods was more trouble than it was worth. The cup remains where it was found. Harry filed this away. Hufflepuff's cup, it had to be. Voldemort's ego would demand artifacts of significance, and what could be more significant than a founder's relic? Can you get me access to that vault? Access to another family's vault without authorization? Ragnar's teeth showed in what might have been a smile. That would be a serious breach of goblin banking law. We take such things very seriously. And yet you're telling me about it. I'm providing information to an ally. What you do with that information is your own concern. The goblin's eyes glittered. Though I might mention that Gringotts security has gaps. Certain dragons that guard the deep vaults, for example, have been trained to respond to specific sounds. Clankers, we call them. Musical instruments that create tones the beasts associate with pain. You're suggesting I break into your own bank. I'm suggesting nothing. Merely making conversation about security procedures that a sufficiently motivated individual might find interesting. Ragnar spread his hands. What happens in the deep vault stays in the deep vaults. That's always been our policy. Harry understood. The goblins couldn't openly help him steal from a client, their reputation depended on absolute security. But they could look the other way if he happened to succeed. Thank you, Ragnar. This is useful. I have more. The goblin reached into his desk and withdrew a file. Our historians have been researching Tom Riddle. Before he became Voldemort, before he built his army, he was just a Hogwarts student with an interest in dark magic and an obsession with his own bloodline. Harry took the file and began reading. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Born 1926, died, never, apparently. Mother Mara P. Gaunt, descended from Salazar Slytherin. Father Tom Riddle Sr., a muggle who abandoned his wife when the love potions wore off. Interesting, Harry thought. A half-blood who became the champion of pureblood supremacy. The hypocrisy is almost impressive. The file detailed Riddle's time at Hogwarts, brilliant student, charming personality, head boy. His teachers had adored him, never suspecting the monster growing behind that handsome face. Then, gaps. After graduation, Riddle had traveled extensively. Albania featured prominently, as did several other locations with dark magical histories. He'd sought out knowledge, artifacts, power. He visited the Gaunt Shack, Harry murmured, reading. Family home of his mother's people. Found something there, a ring, according to rumors. Never seen wearing it afterward. The Gaunts were obsessed with their Slytherin heritage, Ragnar confirmed. They kept family heirlooms even when they had nothing else. A ring with the Peveril coat of arms, according to our records. Harry's blood went cold. Peveril. The name from his own family tree. The brothers who had created, or received, depending on which story you believed, the Deathly Hallows. The Resurrection Stone, he breathed. Possibly. The histories are unclear. Ragnar watched him carefully. You know something about it. More than I'd like. Harry closed the file. If Voldemort turned the Resurrection Stone into a Horcrux, that's worse than I thought. The Hallows aren't just artifacts. They're keys to things that should stay locked. What kinds of things? The kind that make Voldemort look like a minor inconvenience. Harry stood. I need to find that ring. Where's the Gaunt Shack? Little Hangleton, in Yorkshire. The property has been abandoned for decades, no wards, no protections beyond whatever Riddle himself installed. Ragnar's voice held a warning. But if he used it as a Horcrux hiding place, those protections could be considerable. I'll manage. Harry tucked the file into his robes. Thank you, Ragnar. As always, your assistance is invaluable. Don't thank me yet. The goblin's expression was grave. The path you're walking leads somewhere dark, Harry Potter. I've seen enough of history to know that those who hunt monsters often become them. I've been a monster before. Harry met his eyes. I know the warning signs. And I know when to stop. He left the bank with more questions than answers, but also with the first real leads he'd had since learning about the Horcruxes. The hunt was on. Little Hangleton was exactly as dreary as Harry had expected, a small village in the Yorkshire countryside, its best years long behind it, its residents suspicious of strangers and reluctant to talk about the old gaunt place. Harry didn't bother with the village. He followed his senses toward the magical signature he'd detected from miles away, dark, twisted, reeking of death magic and something worse. The shack was barely standing. Walls leaning at angles that defied physics. Roof half collapsed. Windows that had been broken for decades, their frames rotting in the damp English air. The whole structure radiated wrongness, a warning that any sensible wizard would have heeded. Harry was not a sensible wizard. He approached carefully, extending his senses into the structure, mapping the protections Voldemort had left behind. There were several layers: compulsion charms to drive away intruders, alert wards to notify the caster of tampering, and something else. Something deeper. Cursed defenses, Harry identified. Keyed to the ring itself. Touch it without the proper precautions and... He didn't need to finish the thought. The magical signature told him everything. This was death magic of the most potent kind. One touch and his life force would be drained, his soul pulled toward whatever afterlife the curse's creator had designed. Clever. Vicious. Exactly what Harry would have expected from Tom Riddle. But Harry had faced worse. He spent an hour dismantling the outer defenses, each layer requiring careful work to avoid triggering the next. The compulsion charms dissolved under focused will. The alert wards he redirected, feeding them false information. The inner protections. Those required something more. Harry reached into his memory, 1,000 years of accumulated knowledge, and found what he needed. Counter curses from an age before such things had names. Techniques for handling soul-touched objects that most modern wizards would call impossible. When he finally entered the shack, the ring was waiting. It sat on a rotting table in the center of the single room, gleaming despite the dust and decay around it. The black stone set in its band seemed to absorb light, creating a tiny void in the visual field. Harry could feel the soul fragment within it. Voldemort's twisted essence, wrapped around the resurrection stone like a parasite around its host. "You've come a long way, Aldrich Thorne." The voice came from the ring itself, not Voldemort's voice, but something older. Deeper. Harry went still. "You know that name." "I know many names. I knew yours before you were born the first time." The void's presence pressed against reality, using the cracked stone as a conduit. "Did you think the Hallows were just artifacts? They are doorways, Aldrich. Connections to what lies beyond the world you know." "I know what they are." "Then you know why I want them." The voice was almost gentle. "The resurrection stone calls to the dead. With it, one could reach across the barrier between worlds. Pull things through. Or push things back." Harry understood now. The Horcrux wasn't just a hiding place for Voldemort's soul, it was a deliberate corruption of one of the Hallows. The void was using Riddle's anchors to weaken the barriers between realities, to create cracks it could exploit when the time came. "If I destroy this," Harry said slowly, "I close one of your doors." "Yes. But if I take it intact? Then you hold a key that could be turned either way." The void's presence intensified. "Think, Aldrich. I'm offering you a choice. Help me, and when I emerge, you'll be rewarded beyond imagination. Fight me, and you'll die, again, having accomplished nothing." Harry considered the offer. For perhaps 3 seconds. "No. You're certain?" "I've lived 1,000 years." Harry drew his wand and began the destruction ritual. "I've had every kind of power you could imagine. And I've learned that the only rewards worth having are the ones you earn through right action, not cosmic bargains with entities that want to unmake existence." How disappointingly principled. Isn't it? The void withdrew, its presence fading as Harry's magic burned away the connections that had anchored it to the ring. The soul fragment screamed, a psychic noise that would have driven a lesser wizard mad, and then dissolved into nothing. When it was done, Harry held only a ring. A ring with a cracked black stone that no longer responded to any magic he could detect. The resurrection stone was dead. Harry pocketed it anyway, even broken, the Hallows had power, and left the shack behind. 1 Horcrux down. 6 to go. The rest of the summer passed in a blur of research and planning. Harry corresponded with his friends through enchanted journals, a gift from his family vault, allowing instant communication across any distance. Hermione devoured the reading lists he sent her, her questions growing more sophisticated with each exchange. Ron provided unexpected tactical insights, his strategic mind finding patterns Harry had missed. Neville's progress was the most dramatic. The last of the magical blocks had dissolved completely, and the boy's power was emerging in ways that astonished even Harry. Plants grew at his touch. Animals sought his company. His connection to living things had become so strong that he could sense the health of every creature within 100 yards. "I think I understand now," Neville wrote in one message. "Magic isn't just about spells and wands. It's about connection. Relationship. The way things fit together. He's finding his own path," Harry thought with satisfaction. Not following mine, creating his own. By the time September approached, Harry had located 2 more potential Horcrux locations, trained his body back to peak condition, and developed a plan for the coming year at Hogwarts. The plan had 3 objectives. First, continue building his network of allies. Second, investigate the strange events that his goblin contacts suggested were brewing. Third, deal with whatever Voldemort's next move would be. Because there would be a next move. The confrontation in June had been too easy, a fragment of soul fleeing rather than fighting to the death. Voldemort was regrouping, planning, preparing. When he struck again, Harry intended to be ready. King's Cross Station was crowded with muggles going about their ordinary lives, oblivious to the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 that led to another world entirely. Harry pushed his trolley through the magical portal and emerged into chaos. The Hogwarts Express gleamed in the station's ethereal light, surrounded by families saying goodbye, students reuniting after the summer, owls hooting from cages and cats weaving between legs. The noise was overwhelming after months of solitude. "Harry!" Ron's voice cut through the din. The redhead was pushing toward him, his family visible in the crowd behind, Mrs. Weasley fussing over Ginny, Mr. Weasley examining a muggle pen with fascination, the twins plotting something that would probably result in detention. "Good summer?" Ron asked, reaching him. "Productive. You?" "Mad as always. Mum's been in a state, Ginny's starting this year, and she's convinced something terrible is going to happen." Ron rolled his eyes. "You know how she is." Harry did not, in fact, know how Mrs. Weasley was, but he understood the sentiment. Parents worried. It was what they did. "Is Hermione here yet?" "Haven't seen her. Probably already on the train, saving us seats and reading ahead for term." Ron grinned. Some things never change. They made their way through the crowd, Harry's senses extended to catch any sign of threat. The station felt different this year, more watchful, more tense. He caught glimpses of ministry officials trying to look inconspicuous, their magical signatures giving them away despite their muggle clothes. Something's happened, Harry realized. Something they're not telling the public. He filed the observation away for later investigation. Hermione had indeed secured a compartment, her nose buried in a book thick enough to double as a weapon. She looked up as they entered, her expression cycling through relief, excitement, and something that might have been apprehension. "Harry. Ron. Thank goodness." She set the book aside. "Something strange happened this summer. I wasn't sure if I should write about it." "Strange how?" Harry took a seat, his attention sharpening. "I was practicing. The exercises you showed me, Harry, the mental discipline, the wandless casting. Hermione's voice dropped. And I felt something. Watching me. Not threatening, exactly, but aware. Like something had noticed what I was doing. Harry's blood went cold. Did it speak to you? No. It just observed. For a few minutes, and then it was gone. Hermione's eyes searched his face. Harry, what was it? You know, don't you? He did know. The signature she was describing, something vast and patient, watching with interest but not hostility, could only be one thing. The void had noticed his student. We need to talk, Harry said quietly. All of us, including Neville. There are things I haven't told you yet. Things that are going to become relevant sooner than I'd hoped. They found an empty compartment at the rear of the train and sealed it with every privacy ward Harry knew. Neville arrived 10 minutes after departure, his demeanor more confident than Harry had ever seen it. The boy was finally growing into his power. What's this about? Neville asked, settling into a seat. The bigger picture. Harry looked at each of them in turn. I've told you about my past. About being reborn, about the ancient magic I remember. But I haven't told you why it happened. Why I was brought back. He told them about the void. The entity that existed before creation. The prison Aldrich had died to seal. The 1,000-year plan that had arranged for Harry's rebirth at exactly the moment Voldemort's curse was cast. The Horcruxes that served as cracks in reality, bleeding power into the void's cage. When he finished, the compartment was silent. So. Ron swallowed hard. We're not just fighting you-know-who. We're fighting something that wants to destroy everything. Yes. And it's been planning this for 1,000 years. Yes. And it noticed Hermione this summer. Probably noticed all of you. Harry's voice was grim. By training you in the old ways, I've made you visible to things that pay attention to such magic. I should have warned you earlier. I'm sorry. Hermione's face was pale but determined. Will it try to hurt us? Not directly. Not yet. It's patient, it's been waiting for millennia, a few more years won't matter. Harry leaned forward. But it might try to influence you. Tempt you. Offer you power or knowledge in exchange for cooperation. What kind of cooperation? Neville asked quietly. Anything that weakens the seal. Anything that spreads chaos or destruction. The void feeds on entropy, the breakdown of order, the dissolution of meaning. Harry met each of their eyes. If it approaches you, don't engage. Don't bargain. Just, tell me. We'll deal with it together. You make it sound like we have a choice about dealing with it, Ron said. You do. Harry's voice softened. You always have a choice. I've asked a lot of you already, training, secrets, danger. If any of you want out, now is the time. I'll remove your knowledge of the old magic, your memories of what I've told you. You can go back to being normal students. Silence. Then Hermione laughed, a short, incredulous sound. Normal students. She shook her head. Harry, I've been anything but normal since you explained how magic actually works. I can't unknow what I know. I can't unfeel what I've felt. Her jaw set. I'm in. Whatever it takes. Same, Ron said firmly. You're my best mate. And my best mate is apparently fighting cosmic evil. What kind of friend would I be if I sat that out? Neville was quiet for a moment longer. Then he spoke, and his voice was steadier than Harry had ever heard it. My parents fought against Voldemort. They paid a terrible price for it, paid everything, really. My whole life, I felt like I needed to live up to their sacrifice, but I never knew how. He looked at Harry with eyes that held no fear. Now I do. I'm with you, Harry. To the end. Harry felt something shift in his chest, a warmth he hadn't expected, a hope he hadn't dared to feel. For 1,000 years, he'd been alone, carrying burdens no one else could share. Watching everyone he cared about turn to dust while he remained. Maybe this time would be different. Maybe this time, he'd found people worth believing in. "Thank you," he said quietly. "All of you." The train rolled on through the countryside, carrying them toward Hogwarts and whatever challenges awaited. Together. The sorting feast was louder than Harry remembered, or maybe he was just more aware of the noise after a summer of solitude. He sat with his friends at the Gryffindor table, watching the new first-years stumble through the ceremony with a mixture of amusement and something almost like nostalgia. Had he ever been that young? Technically, yes. But the memory felt distant, belonging to someone else entirely. Ginny Weasley was sorted into Gryffindor, to no one's surprise. She took a seat near Harry's group, her face flushed with excitement and something that might have been hero worship when she looked at him. Careful there, Harry thought. Fan devotion is the last thing I need. But there was something else in her expression, something that nagged at his senses. A flicker of wrongness he couldn't quite identify. He filed it away for observation. Dumbledore's start-of-term announcements were the usual mix of warnings and welcomes, with one notable addition, a new defense against the dark arts professor named Gilderoy Lockhart, whose appointment drew squeals of excitement from a surprising number of students, mostly female, Harry noted, and groans of resignation from the rest. Harry studied the man. Lockhart was handsome in an aggressively obvious way, perfectly styled hair, gleaming smile, robes and colors that coordinated a bit too precisely. His magical signature was average at best, nothing that would justify the impressive credentials his books claimed. Fraud, Harry concluded. The question is how, and why Dumbledore hired him. The answer to the second question became clear when Harry caught Dumbledore's expression during Lockhart's theatrical wave to the crowd. The headmaster looked resigned rather than pleased, the look of a man who had been outmaneuvered. Someone forced this appointment. Ministry influence. Or something else. Another mystery to investigate. Classes began the next morning, and with them, Harry's careful balancing act resumed. Transfiguration continued to be straightforward. McGonagall had long since accepted that Harry was operating at a level beyond his peers, and she'd started giving him independent study assignments rather than forcing him through the standard curriculum. Charms was similar. Flitwick had recognized Harry's wandless capabilities within the first week of the previous year and now treated him more as a research assistant than a student. Herbology was Neville's domain. Professor Sprout had been stunned by the boy's transformation over the summer. His natural talent for plant magic was now fully unleashed, making him the best in their year by a considerable margin. Defense against the dark arts was problematic. Lockhart's first class involved a practical exam that turned out to be a cage full of Cornish pixies, which he released and then promptly fled from, leaving the students to deal with the chaos. Harry dealt with it in about 6 seconds. Immobulus, he said quietly, and every pixie in the room froze mid-flight. Lockhart reappeared a moment later, his smile somewhat strained. "Ah, yes, well done, Mr. Potter. Excellent reflexes. That's exactly what I was testing, of course, your ability to respond to unexpected situations." Of course it was. Harry's voice was flat. He caught Hermione's eye across the room. She looked disgusted, not with Harry, but with the professor she'd apparently been excited to study under. The books had been lies, then. Lockhart's famous adventures, his documented defeats of dangerous creatures, all fabrications. Memory charms, Harry realized, watching the man more closely. He steals others' achievements and erases the evidence. The recognition opened interesting possibilities. 2 weeks into term, the first attack occurred. Harry was returning from the library late one evening when he felt it, a pulse of dark magic, somewhere in the castle's lower levels. He changed direction immediately, moving through corridors that most students never saw, following the trail of wrongness to its source. He found Mrs. Norris first. Filch's cat was hanging from a torch bracket, stiff as a board, her eyes wide and glassy. Alive, Harry's senses told him, but only barely, something had petrified her, freezing her mid-motion. Water on the floor. A flooded bathroom nearby. And on the wall, written in what looked like blood, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Harry studied the message with cold analytical interest. The Chamber of Secrets. Slytherin's legendary hidden room, said to contain a monster that would purge the school of those he deemed unworthy. Most people thought it was a myth. Harry knew better. He'd helped design Hogwarts' original ward scheme, 1,000 years ago, when the founders were still debating basic architecture. He remembered the arguments about hidden spaces. Slytherin had insisted on his own private chambers, beyond the reach of the other founders' magic. The chamber was real. And someone had opened it. Footsteps in the corridor. Harry melted into the shadows as students began to arrive, drawn by some instinct, or perhaps deliberately summoned. Filch appeared moments later, his anguish at finding his cat overwhelming his usual hostility. Then Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and the other heads of house. Harry watched from concealment as they examined the scene, their expressions growing increasingly grave. When they finally dispersed, Filch carrying his petrified cat, the students herded back to their dormitories. Harry emerged and approached the message. The writing was blood, but not human. Too thick, too dark. Chicken blood, perhaps, or something similar. More interesting was the magical residue. The message had been written by hand, but the hand had been under the influence of something else. A compulsion. A possession. Someone had been controlled, forced to leave this warning. Someone who was probably walking around the castle right now, with no memory of what they'd done. Harry thought of Ginny Weasley and the wrongness he'd sensed at the sorting feast. Time to investigate. He found her in the common room the next morning, pale and hollow-eyed, picking at her breakfast while her brothers chattered around her. "Ginny." A word? She looked up, startled, and Harry saw fear flash across her face before she controlled it. Yes. Of course. They moved to a quiet corner, away from the other early risers. Harry cast a subtle privacy ward, nothing visible, just enough to ensure they wouldn't be overheard. "You look tired." "I haven't been sleeping well." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Bad dreams." "What kind of dreams?" She hesitated. "I can't remember. But I wake up exhausted, like I've been walking around all night. And sometimes there's dirt on my robes. Feathers. Things that shouldn't be there." Harry's suspicions crystallized into certainty. "Ginny, do you have something new? Something you acquired recently, a gift, maybe, or something you found?" Her hand went involuntarily to her school bag. "There's a diary. I found it in my cauldron when we went shopping in Diagon Alley. I thought someone had left it by mistake, but it writes back." "Writes back?" "When I write in it, words appear. Answers to my questions. The person inside, Tom, he's been helping me. With homework, with feeling less alone." Tears welled in her eyes. "But lately, I've been having gaps in my memory. Hours where I don't know what I did. And the diary keeps asking about Harry Potter." Harry's blood ran cold. Tom. A diary that wrote back. Memory gaps and mysterious compulsions. He'd destroyed one Horcrux over the summer. But Voldemort had created 7. The diary was another one. "Ginny, listen to me very carefully. That diary is dangerous, more dangerous than you can imagine. The person inside isn't a friend. He's using you, feeding on your energy, making you do things without knowing. But Tom wouldn't. Tom is Voldemort." Harry let the name hang in the air. A younger version, preserved in that diary for decades, waiting for someone to pour their heart into its pages. "You're not writing to a friend, Ginny. You're being consumed by the darkest wizard who ever lived. The color drained from her face. I have to destroy it, Harry continued. But I need you to bring it to me. Willingly. Can you do that? I don't. She was shaking now, tears streaming down her cheeks. He knows things about me. Private things. If he finds out I'm going to betray him, he won't find out. Give me the diary now, and I'll make sure he never hurts you again. For a long, terrible moment, Ginny wavered on the edge of decision. Then she reached into her bag, pulled out a small black book, and handed it to Harry. The moment his fingers touched the cover, he felt the soul fragment within, hungry, malevolent, already reaching for his mind with tendrils of dark magic. Nice try, Harry thought, and slammed his mental shields down with the force of 1,000 years of practice. The diary went quiet. Thank you, Ginny. Harry tucked the book into his own bag, making sure to wrap it in multiple layers of protective magic first. You did the right thing. Go find your brothers, stay with people today. You're going to be fine. She fled without another word. Harry looked down at the diary in his bag, feeling the soul fragment's hatred beating against its magical bindings. Hello, Tom. Remember me? The diary didn't answer. But Harry knew it was listening. Destroying the diary required privacy and power. Harry waited until evening, when most students were at dinner, then made his way to an abandoned classroom on the 7th floor. The room's wards were weak, easy to supplement with his own protections. He set the diary on a cleared desk and began the destruction ritual. I know you're awake, he said conversationally. I can feel you trying to influence me. It won't work. Words appeared on the diary's blank pages. You are not like the girl. What are you? Something older than you. Something that remembers when your kind of magic was considered children's games. You speak in riddles. Tell me your name. My name doesn't matter. What matters is that you're about to cease existing. Wait. The handwriting grew larger, more urgent. I have information. I can help you. The Dark Lord who created me, I know his secrets. His weaknesses. Together, you could what? Rule the world. Achieve immortality. I've heard this pitch before, from your future self. Harry began channeling power into the ritual diagram he'd drawn around the diary. The answer was no then. It's no now. You'll regret this. I've regretted a lot of things. Destroying a soul fragment won't be one of them. The ritual activated. Fiend fire, cursed flames that burned everything, that could only be controlled by the most skilled practitioners, erupted from the diagram and engulfed the diary. The soul fragment screamed, the sound echoing in frequencies beyond normal hearing. Harry held the flame steady, contained within the ritual circle, until there was nothing left but ash. When it was done, he extinguished the fire with a thought and examined the remains. The diary was gone. The soul fragment was destroyed. But there had been something else, a connection, severed now, that had linked the diary to something larger. Harry traced the broken thread with his magical senses, following it back toward its source. The castle. Somewhere below them. The Chamber of Secrets was real, and something was still down there. He found the entrance 2 weeks later. The girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor seemed an unlikely location for Slytherin's secret chamber, but the magical signatures didn't lie. A sink that didn't work, pipes that went nowhere, and on closer examination, a tap with a tiny snake carved into its side. Harry examined the mechanism carefully. The entrance was keyed to Parseltongue. Anyone who could speak to snakes could open it. Voldemort, as Slytherin's heir, would have had access. So would Harry. Open, he hissed in the serpent's language. The sink moved. The floor opened. A tunnel leading down into darkness. Harry descended. The chamber was vast, cathedral-sized, carved from living rock, lit by an eerie green glow that seemed to come from nowhere. Massive snake statues lined the walls, their stone eyes following Harry as he walked. At the far end, a giant face carved into the wall. Slytherin himself, Harry recognized. They'd met, once, 1,000 years ago. The founder had been brilliant, passionate, and ultimately wrong about things that mattered. But this was after his time. Harry advanced cautiously, his senses extended to their limits. The basilisk was here somewhere, he could feel its ancient mind, its vast magical presence. 1,000-year-old serpent, king of all snakes, whose gaze could kill. "Come out," he called in Parseltongue. "I know you're here." Movement in the shadows. Then, slowly, the basilisk emerged. It was enormous, easily 60 feet long, with scales that gleamed like wet obsidian and eyes that burned with green fire. Those eyes were closed, Harry noted. The serpent was ancient, wise, and apparently capable of restraint. "Speaker," the basilisk said. "I have waited long for one to come. You've been killing students." "One only. The others merely looked upon my gaze reflected, petrified, not killed." The massive head swayed. "The young master commanded me to hunt the unworthy. But the young master is wrong. His mind is broken, his soul incomplete. The young master is gone." Harry met the basilisk's closed eyes without flinching. "I destroyed his anchor. He won't be commanding you again." Silence. Then, slowly, the great serpent lowered its head. "You speak truth. I feel the bond broken." A sound that might have been relief. "For 50 years, I have served a master I despised. The founder was wise and kind. His heir was neither. Salazar Slytherin is long dead. There is no heir anymore. There is always an heir, Speaker. The blood passes, generation to generation, until one rises who can claim the chamber." The basilisk's voice dropped. "I sense the old power in you. Magic that predates my creator. You are not the heir of Slytherin, but you are something greater." Harry considered the serpent carefully. "What do you want?" "Purpose. I was created to protect this school, to guard against threats from without and within. For 1,000 years, I have been twisted away from that purpose." The great head rose again. "Give me a new master. One worthy of my service." The request surprised Harry. He'd expected to fight the basilisk, destroy it if necessary, protect the students from its gaze. Instead, the creature was offering fealty. "Why should I trust you?" "You should not. I am a weapon, capable of great destruction, of killing with a look." The basilisk's voice was calm, matter-of-fact. "But I am also old, Speaker. Old enough to be weary of being wielded by those unworthy to hold me. You ended the young master's control. You freed me from a bondage I could not break myself. That earns you the choice." Harry thought about it. A basilisk was dangerous, catastrophically dangerous. Its gaze could kill instantly, its venom could destroy almost anything, its body was nearly impervious to conventional magic. As a weapon, it was almost unparalleled. As an ally. "I won't bind you against your will," Harry said finally. "But I can offer partnership. Work with me, protect this school, and I'll ensure you're never enslaved again." Partnership. The basilisk seemed to taste the word. "Not mastery. I've had enough of masters and servants. Let's try equals." For a long moment, the serpent was silent. Then, slowly, it bowed its massive head. "I accept. Call me Scythian, fairy mound, in the old tongue. I was ancient when that name was new. Harry Potter. Though I was once called something else. I know, Speaker. I have tasted your magic." A sound that might have been amusement. "The founders would have been interested to meet you. They were, once." Harry smiled slightly. "It's a long story. We have time. For the first time in decades, I have time. Harry settled against one of the massive snake statues, prepared to talk through the night. He'd come to destroy a threat. Instead, he'd found something potentially far more valuable. An ally. A weapon. A connection to the past that he hadn't expected. The Chamber of Secrets had revealed more secrets than he'd anticipated. The attack stopped after that night. Harry let Dumbledore believe that the culprit, whatever it was, had been scared off by the increased security. The headmaster was suspicious, naturally. He'd felt the surge of powerful magic from somewhere in the castle, but Harry deflected his questions with practiced ease. Sometimes problems solve themselves, Harry said when Dumbledore asked directly. Perhaps the attacker realized Hogwarts was too well protected. Perhaps. Those blue eyes studied him intently. Or perhaps someone dealt with the threat personally. That would be a remarkable thing for a 12-year-old to accomplish. Indeed it would. Dumbledore let the matter drop, but Harry knew he'd filed the incident away for future reference. The rest of the year passed without major incident. Lockhart continued to be useless, his classes a parade of dramatic reenactments and self-aggrandizement. Harry mostly ignored him, using the time for independent study. His friends continued to progress. Hermione's wandless casting was now nearly as good as her wand work. Ron had developed a tactical mind that surprised even Harry. The boy could see patterns in combat situations that others missed entirely. Neville's earth magic had grown to the point where he could sense the life force of everything within a quarter mile. Ginny recovered slowly from the diary's influence. She was quieter than before, more watchful, but the haunted look gradually faded from her eyes. Harry made sure to include her in group activities, giving her something positive to focus on. And in the chamber beneath the school, Harry met with Scythian regularly, learning the serpent's memories of the founders, of Hogwarts' early years, of secrets that had been lost for centuries. The basilisk had been there when it happened. Had witnessed the falling out between Slytherin and the others. Had seen the world change as the old ways gave way to the new. The Archmages were dying out when Salazar was young, Scythian told him one evening. The last of them, your contemporaries, had passed a century before. Magic was already becoming smaller. More contained. The founders built this school to preserve what remained. And then they fought among themselves. Humans always do. The great serpent's voice held no judgment. But they built something that endured. 1,000 years, speaker. How many of your works lasted so long? Harry thought of the seal, cracking, weakening, but still holding after a millennium. At least one, he said. Though it won't last much longer. Nothing lasts forever. Scythian's massive head turned toward him. But what matters is what we do with the time we have. You taught me that, speaker. By offering partnership instead of slavery. I was just being practical. No. You were being kind. The basilisk's voice softened. Kindness is rarer than power, in my experience. Treasure it. Harry didn't have an answer to that. But he filed the words away, adding them to the growing collection of things this new life was teaching him. 1,000 years of memories, and he was still learning. Maybe that was the point. End of term came quickly. Harry packed his trunk with a mixture of relief and reluctance, relief at escaping Lockhart's classes, reluctance at leaving the resources of Hogwarts behind. There was so much more to learn, so many secrets still to uncover. But there would be time. He had years yet, if his calculations were correct. Years to prepare, to build, to gather strength for the final confrontation. The void was patient. Harry would need to be patient too. On the train ride home, his friends gathered in their usual compartment, the conversation flowing easily between them. They'd grown closer over the year, bound by shared secrets, shared training, shared understanding of what was coming. Next year, Hermione said, I want to focus on advanced transfiguration. I've been reading about human transformation, and the principles are fascinating. Next year, Ron interrupted, we need to practice more combat scenarios. The stuff we did this year was good, but we need more variety. Different enemies, different terrains. Next year, Neville said quietly, I want to learn how to fight. Really fight. Not just defense, offense too. They all turned to look at him. The boy who had been so timid a year ago met their eyes without flinching. I've been thinking about what Harry told us. About the void, about what's coming. My parents couldn't fight it, they didn't know it existed. But I know. And I'm not going to let their sacrifice be for nothing. Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. Then we'll train you, he said. All of you. Next year, we start preparing for real. Combat magic, tactical thinking, contingency planning. The void won't move for years yet, but when it does, we'll be ready. We'll be ready, they echoed. The train rolled on through the summer countryside, carrying them toward uncertain futures and certain danger. But they faced it together. And maybe, Harry thought, that was enough. Maybe that was everything. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Serpent's Shadow. The summer before third year began with fire. Harry stood in the backyard of number 4 Privet Drive at 3 in the morning, surrounded by a containment circle that glowed faint silver in the darkness. Before him, suspended in a matrix of pure magical force, hung a locket, gold, ornate, bearing the serpentine S of Salazar Slytherin. The third Horcrux. Acquiring it had taken most of July. The locket had been hidden in a cave on the coast, protected by inferi and dark magic that would have killed any ordinary wizard. Harry was not an ordinary wizard. Now came the destruction. You cannot destroy me, the soul fragment hissed through the locket's surface. I am eternal. You are a piece of a broken man's broken soul. Harry began channeling power into the containment circle. Nothing more. The fiend fire erupted with precision, controlled, directed, burning only what Harry willed it to burn. The locket screamed as the cursed flames consumed it, the soul fragment's death cry echoing in frequencies that made reality shiver. When it was done, Harry extinguished the flames and examined the twisted remains. 3 down. 4 to go. But he was running out of easy targets. The cup in Gringotts would require the heist he'd been planning for months. The diadem, if his research was correct, was hidden somewhere in Hogwarts itself. The snake Nagini hadn't been created yet, or at least wasn't with Voldemort's main spirit. And then there was Harry himself. The scar on his forehead pulsed with familiar darkness. He'd known since his first year that something lived there, a fragment of Voldemort's soul, embedded when the killing curse rebounded. Another Horcrux, whether Voldemort had intended it or not. Destroying it would be complicated. Harry gathered the locket's remains and vanished them with a thought, then dissolved the containment circle. The Dursleys slept on, oblivious. He'd placed them under enchantments that ensured they wouldn't wake for anything short of the house collapsing. Back in his room, he added the locket to his mental tally and began planning the next phase. The cup would have to wait until he had proper support. The diadem he could search for during the school year. The snake was years away from being relevant. That left the remaining unknown, whatever final Horcrux Voldemort had created, hidden somewhere Harry's research hadn't yet revealed. Patience, he reminded himself. You've waited 1,000 years. You can wait a few more. But patience was harder than it used to be. The void's whispers had grown more frequent over the summer, pressing against his dreams with visions of what would come if the seal failed. Harry had reinforced his mental defenses, but the entity was persistent. It wanted him to know that time was running out. The rest of summer passed in training and preparation. Harry's friends arrived at Privet Drive in early August, a carefully orchestrated visit that the Dursleys were magically compelled to allow. Ron and Hermione came together, followed by Neville the next day. You've been busy, Hermione observed, examining the collection of books and artifacts spread across Harry's room. Is that a pensive? Modified one. Allows shared viewing of memories without the original owner present. Harry gestured to a silvery basin on his desk. "I've been documenting what I know about the old magic. Creating records that can survive if something happens to me." "Nothing's going to happen to you," Ron said firmly. "Probably not. But I've learned not to assume." Harry smiled slightly. "The first time I died, I thought I'd planned for everything. I was wrong." They spent the next 2 weeks in intensive training, combat magic, tactical exercises, advanced theory that would have made Hogwarts professors weep with envy. Harry pushed them harder than before, and they rose to meet every challenge. Hermione had mastered wandless casting to the point where she rarely used her wand except for the most complex spells. Her analytical mind had found patterns in the old magic that even Harry hadn't consciously recognized, leading to innovations that improved their entire group's techniques. Ron's tactical abilities had sharpened into something remarkable. Given any combat scenario, he could calculate optimal positioning, predict enemy movements, and coordinate group actions with a precision that would have impressed military commanders. Neville had become something almost frightening. His earth magic had evolved beyond plants and animals into something more fundamental. He could sense the life force of the land itself, could feel the pulse of magic through stone and soil. In their sparring sessions, he'd started winning as often as he lost. "You're ready," Harry told them on the last night. "Not for everything, no one's ever ready for everything, but for what's coming next. You can fight. You can think. You can survive. And if we can't?" Neville asked quietly. "Then you go down fighting. But you won't be alone." Harry looked at each of them in turn. "That's the point of all this. We face it together, or we don't face it at all." Third year brought complications. The first came in the form of Dementors on the Hogwarts Express, tall, hooded figures that radiated cold despair, searching every compartment for someone who wasn't there. Harry felt them coming long before they reached his compartment. The darkness in his scar pulsed in response to their presence, the soul fragment recognizing kindred creatures of death and hunger. "Stay behind me," he told his friends as the compartment door slid open. The Dementor that entered was massive, its ragged robes trailing across the floor, its presence filling the small space with suffocating despair. Harry felt it reaching for him, for the fragment of Voldemort that marked his forehead, and something inside him twisted. His Patronus wasn't a spell. It was a statement. Silver light erupted from Harry's outstretched hand, taking the form of a stag so bright it hurt to look at directly. But this wasn't the formless shield that most patron uses created, this was something older, something more. The stag charged, its antlers lowering, and when it struck the Dementor, the creature screamed. A sound no Dementor should have been capable of making, a howl of agony and terror that echoed through the entire train. The stag drove it back, through the compartment door, down the corridor, and off the train entirely. When Harry finally let the light fade, every Dementor within a mile had fled. Silence. Then Ron's voice, shaky but impressed, "Bloody hell, Harry. What was that?" "A Patronus." Harry lowered his hand, noting the slight tremor in his fingers. "Modified." "Modified how?" "I convinced it that Dementors could be hurt. Apparently, it believed me." Professor Lupin appeared in the doorway moments later, his face pale and his wand drawn. He stared at Harry with an expression that mixed shock with something harder to read. "That was you," Lupin said. "It wasn't a question." "Yes. That's not possible. A Patronus can't, Dementors can't be." The professor stopped, visibly collecting himself. "We should talk. Soon. After we reach Hogwarts." Harry kept his voice neutral. "Professor." Lupin's eyes narrowed slightly, but he nodded and withdrew to check on the other compartments. "He knows your father," Hermione said quietly. "I read about it in the library. Remus Lupin was one of James Potter's best friends at school." "I'm aware." Harry had done his research on all of his parents' associates. "He's also a werewolf, which explains why he looks like death warmed over. Full moon was 3 days ago." Ron's eyes widened. A werewolf? Teaching at Hogwarts? Dumbledore doesn't discriminate based on condition. Harry shrugged. It's one of his better qualities. The train continued toward Hogwarts, but Harry's thoughts were elsewhere. The Dementor's presence meant Ministry involvement. They were guards at Azkaban, not common security measures. Someone at the Ministry had authorized their deployment around the school. And they were searching for someone. Harry had a strong suspicion he knew who. The Hogwarts rumor mill confirmed his suspicions within hours of arriving. Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban. Sirius Black, convicted murderer. Sirius Black, supposedly Voldemort's most loyal servant. Sirius Black, who had allegedly betrayed Harry's parents to their deaths. Harry knew the official story. He also knew that official stories were often lies. He spent the first week of term digging deeper, accessing records through his goblin contacts, cross-referencing accounts of the night his parents died, piecing together a picture that didn't match the narrative the Ministry had constructed. The results were interesting. Sirius Black had never received a trial. He'd been thrown into Azkaban on the strength of circumstantial evidence and a political climate desperate for someone to blame. No Veritaserum interrogation, no examination of his wand spell history, no investigation into alternative suspects. Peter Pettigrew, the supposed victim of Black's rampage, had been awarded an Order of Merlin despite having no body found. Just a finger and some bloodstains. And most interesting of all, the secret keeper for the Fidelius charm protecting Harry's parents had been changed at the last minute. Official records listed Sirius Black. Unofficial sources suggested the switch had been to someone else. Someone who might have had every reason to fake his own death after betraying the Potters. Harry began watching the rats. It took him 3 weeks to find Peter Pettigrew. The man, if you could call him that anymore, had spent 12 years hiding in his animagus form, living as a pet rat in a wizarding family. A family that happened to have a son in Harry's year. A son who was one of Harry's best friends. Ron. Harry kept his voice carefully neutral. How long have you had Scabbers? What? Ron looked up from his herbology homework. Since I was about 6. He was Percy's before that. Why? Can I see him? Ron's expression grew suspicious. Why do you want to see my rat? Call it curiosity. The rat in question was sleeping in Ron's pocket, or pretending to. Harry could feel its magical signature now that he knew what to look for: human, transformed, weakened by years in animal form but still distinctly present. Hello, Peter, Harry thought. We need to talk. But not here. Not with witnesses who might complicate things. Never mind, Harry said. It's not important. Ron shrugged and went back to his homework. Harry went back to planning. The confrontation happened in late October. Harry had been patient, waiting for the right moment, the right location. He needed Pettigrew isolated, unable to escape, unable to call for help. The Shrieking Shack, supposedly the most haunted building in Britain, actually just a remnant of safety measures for a teenage werewolf, provided the perfect setting. He lured the rat there with magic that called to its animal instincts, then sealed the building with wards that would have given Dumbledore himself pause. You can transform now, Peter. Harry's voice echoed in the dusty room. Or I can force you. Your choice. The rat froze. Then, slowly, it began to grow, limbs elongating, fur receding, features shifting into something recognizably human. Peter Pettigrew was a wreck of a man. 12 years as a rat had left him twitchy, feral, with darting eyes that couldn't seem to focus on anything for more than a moment. He wore robes that had last been fashionable during the First War, and his right hand was missing a finger. Harry. The voice was high, breathy, terrified. Harry Potter. I can explain, you betrayed my parents to Voldemort. Harry's voice was flat. You got them killed. Then you framed Sirius Black and hid like a coward while an innocent man rotted in Azkaban. I had no choice. The Dark Lord, he would have killed me, so you let him kill them instead. You don't understand. Pettigrew was crying now, fat tears rolling down his unshaven cheeks. He was everywhere, seeing everything. His followers, they would have found me eventually. I had to do something, you had to survive. Harry stepped closer, and Pettigrew flinched back. I understand survival, Peter. I've survived things you can't imagine. But there's a difference between surviving and betraying everyone who trusted you. What are you going to do to me? Harry considered the question. He could kill Pettigrew. It would be easy, the man was weak, broken, barely able to hold his human form. One spell and justice would be served. But that wasn't what Harry wanted. I'm going to give you a choice, Harry said. Option 1, I turn you over to the Ministry. You confess everything under Veritaserum. Sirius Black goes free, you go to Azkaban, and the truth comes out. They'll give me to the Dementors, probably. Harry's voice held no sympathy. Option 2, you try to run. I stop you. It won't be pleasant. Pettigrew's eyes darted around the room, searching for escape. Finding none. Option 3. Harry let a small smile touch his lips. You help me. Help you. Voldemort isn't gone. You know that, you've been hiding all these years because you know he'll return eventually. When he does, he'll reward loyal servants and punish those who failed him. Harry paused. Which category do you fall into, Peter? The color drained from Pettigrew's face. Exactly. You're a liability to him. A loose end. The moment he has a body again, you're dead, unless you can prove yourself useful in some other way. What kind of useful? Information. Access. Things I can't get without someone on the inside. Harry met Pettigrew's eyes. Work for me. Spy for me when the time comes. Do that, and I'll protect you from both the Ministry and Voldemort. You protect me? After what I did. I don't care about revenge, Peter. I care about winning. And winning means using every tool available, even broken, cowardly ones. The silence stretched. Pettigrew's eyes continued their nervous dance, but Harry could see calculation working behind the fear. And if I refuse? Then option 1. Ministry, Veritaserum, Azkaban. Harry shrugged. Your choice. More silence. Then, slowly, Pettigrew nodded. I'll do it. Whatever you want. Just don't let the Dementors have me. We have a deal. Harry extended his hand. Pettigrew took it, and magic flared between them, a binding contract, unbreakable, enforcing the terms of their agreement. Pettigrew gasped as he felt the compulsion settle into his soul. What did you do? Insurance. Harry released his hand. You'll find yourself unable to betray our arrangement. Physically incapable. Consider it, motivation. He left Pettigrew in the shack with instructions on how to contact him when the time came. The man would survive, he was good at that, if nothing else, and when Voldemort eventually returned, Harry would have eyes inside the enemy camp. Not elegant, he admitted to himself. But effective. Sometimes that was all that mattered. The Sirius Black situation resolved itself through more conventional means. Harry provided Dumbledore with evidence of Pettigrew's survival, carefully edited to hide his own involvement, and suggested that the headmaster might want to review the circumstances of Black's imprisonment. Dumbledore, to his credit, acted quickly. Within a month, Sirius Black had been captured, questioned under Veritaserum, and cleared of all charges. The Ministry tried to suppress the story. An innocent man imprisoned for 12 years was not a good look, but the truth leaked out anyway. Harry made sure of that. You're James's son. Sirius stood before him in Dumbledore's office, gaunt and hollow-eyed but with something like hope flickering in his expression. You have his face. But your eyes are my mother's. I know. Harry studied his godfather with interest. You don't look well. 12 years in Azkaban will do that. Sirius's laugh was harsh. Though I'm better than I was. Having a purpose helps. What purpose? You. The answer came without hesitation. I should have been there for you. Should have raised you, protected you. Instead, I was rotting in a cell while you grew up with those. He stopped, visibly controlling himself. I'm told the Dursleys were unkind. They were irrelevant. Harry kept his voice neutral. I managed. You shouldn't have had to manage. You should have had a family. Sirius's voice cracked slightly. I'm sorry, Harry. For all of it. Don't be sorry. Be useful. Harry leaned forward. I'm involved in things, Sirius. Important things. Dangerous things. Things that go beyond Voldemort or the Ministry or any of the politics you remember from the last war. What kind of things? Harry told him. Not everything, not yet, but enough. The soul fragments. The ancient threat. The training he was giving his friends. The preparations for a war that no one else knew was coming. By the end, Sirius was pale but steady. You're serious about this? Always. That's a ghost of a smile. That's a terrible pun, and I'm disappointed in you. Harry blinked. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed. I like you, he decided. You can stay. Generous of you. But Sirius was smiling too. What do you need me to do? For now. Recover. Get your strength back, reconnect with the magical world, rebuild your life. Harry's expression sobered. When the time comes, I'll need someone who can operate outside the normal channels. Someone the Ministry doesn't control, who Dumbledore doesn't direct. Someone whose only loyalty is to me. That sounds like a spy. It sounds like family. Harry met his godfather's eyes. I've learned not to trust institutions, Sirius. They fail. They betray. They put innocent men in prison and let guilty ones go free. But people, individuals who choose to stand together, they can be different. Sirius was quiet for a long moment. You sound older than 13, he said finally. I am. One day you'll have to explain that properly. One day I will. Harry stood and offered his hand. Welcome to the team, Sirius. Try not to die. I'll do my best. Sirius took the hand, and Harry felt the rightness of the connection. After all, I've got a lot of missed birthdays to make up for. The rest of third year passed in a rhythm of training, investigation, and careful maneuvering. Harry's relationship with Dumbledore continued to evolve, not quite partnership, not quite opposition, but something in between. The headmaster had stopped trying to guide Harry toward predetermined conclusions and started treating him as an equal, or near equal, in their conversations. Progress, of a sort. Lupin proved to be an excellent defense professor, the best Hogwarts had seen in years, by all accounts. His knowledge of dark creatures was extensive, and his teaching style encouraged practical application rather than rote memorization. Harry revealed his awareness of Lupin's condition early in the year, during a private conversation that left the professor shaken but grateful. You don't care that I'm a werewolf. I care that you're competent. Harry shrugged. The prejudice against lycanthropy is based on fear, not reason. Fear can be managed. Most people don't see it that way. Most people are idiots. Harry smiled slightly. Present company accepted, of course. Lupin laughed, a genuine sound, surprised out of him. You're very different from your father, you know. So I've been told. James was all passion, all impulse. He felt everything intensely and acted before thinking. Lupin's expression grew thoughtful. You're the opposite. Everything calculated, everything planned. It's a bit unnerving, honestly. I've had a long time to develop the habit. Longer than 13 years, I'm guessing. Harry met his eyes. Does it matter? Not really. Lupin shrugged. You're still Lily and James's son. Still the person I should have been there for. Whatever else you are, that's enough for me. Spring brought the final confrontation of the year. Director Grimm of the Office of Arcane Suppression, the Ministry's secret division for containing magical threats, had been building a case against Harry since first year. The incident on the train, where Harry had driven off Dementors with unprecedented force, had provided the evidence he needed. They came for Harry on a Saturday morning in May. 6 Aurors, backed by 3 unspeakables, with authorization from the minister himself. Their warrant claimed Harry was a danger to public safety, a wizard of unclassified power who needed to be evaluated for the protection of the magical community. Harry met them in the entrance hall of Hogwarts, surrounded by his friends and watched by a growing crowd of students. Mr. Potter. Grimm was a severe man, iron-gray hair and eyes that had seen too much. You're required to come with us. Resist, and we're authorized to use force. Authorized by whom? The Minister for Magic. Fudge. Harry laughed. The man who ignored 12 years of evidence about Sirius Black. That's your authority. The law is the law, Potter. Come quietly. Harry looked at the assembled forces, trained professionals, well-armed, clearly prepared for a fight. He could defeat them. The power at his fingertips would make short work of anything they could bring to bear. But that wasn't the point. I have a counter-proposal, Harry said. Leave now, and I won't file complaints with the Wisengamot about illegal ministry overreach. Stay, and I'll make this the most embarrassing day of your career. You're a child, I'm a student of Hogwarts, under the protection of its headmaster. Harry's voice hardened. Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore stepped forward from the crowd, his expression grave but determined. Director Grimm. I'm afraid I can't allow you to remove a student from my school without proper legal proceedings. We have a warrant, you have a piece of paper signed by a minister who doesn't have the authority to override Hogwarts' charter. Dumbledore's voice was mild but carried effortlessly. This school predates your ministry by centuries. Our students are protected by ancient compacts that no modern law can supersede. Grimm's face darkened. You're obstructing justice. I'm protecting a child. Dumbledore smiled slightly. Take your concerns to the Wisengamot if you believe I'm in error. Until they rule otherwise, Mr. Potter stays at Hogwarts. The standoff lasted another tense minute. Then Grimm signaled his forces to withdraw. This isn't over, Potter, he said as he left. Whatever you are, whatever you're hiding, I'll find out. And when I do, no ancient charter will protect you. I look forward to the attempt. Harry watched them go, then turned to address the watching crowd. Show's over. Everyone back to your business. The students dispersed, whispering among themselves. Harry caught his friend's eyes and nodded toward a private corner. That was close, Ron said when they were alone. If Dumbledore hadn't stepped in, I knew he would. Harry's voice was calm. Grimm was counting on surprise, on catching me isolated. He underestimated how many people are willing to protect me. You planned this? Hermione looked shocked. The whole confrontation. I planned for the possibility. There's a difference. Harry leaned against the wall, allowing himself a moment of weariness. Grimm's been watching me for years. It was only a matter of time before he made a move. I just needed to make sure his move failed publicly enough to discredit future attempts. And if it hadn't worked, then I would have improvised. Harry smiled. I'm good at improvising. The year ended with revelations. Harry sat with his friends on the train home, the countryside rolling past the windows, and made a decision. There's something I haven't told you, he said. About what I'm planning. About what comes next. They listened in silence as he explained, the Horcrux hunt, the timeline, the pieces still in play. The cup in Gringotts that would require a heist. The diadem hidden somewhere in Hogwarts. The snake that would eventually need to be dealt with. And the fragment in Harry's own scar. That's why the Dementors affected you so strongly, Hermione breathed. First year, and again on the train. They weren't just sensing you, they were sensing it. The fragment resonates with creatures of death. Harry touched his forehead. It's been there since I was a baby. Removing it without killing myself, that's going to be complicated. We'll figure it out. Ron's voice was firm. We always do. I appreciate the confidence. It's not confidence. It's faith. Ron met his eyes. You saved my sister from that diary. You proved Sirius innocent. You've been preparing us for something none of us would have survived alone. Whatever comes next, we face it together. Harry felt that warmth again, the connection he'd almost forgotten how to make, the bonds he'd denied himself for centuries. Together, he agreed. The train rolled on, carrying them toward summer and whatever challenges awaited. But for the first time in a very long while, Harry wasn't facing them alone. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Price of Freedom. Summer exploded into chaos before Harry even reached Privet Drive. The Quidditch World Cup had been building as the major event of the magical calendar for months, Ireland versus Bulgaria, a match that would draw wizards from across the globe. Harry's friends had secured tickets through Mr. Weasley's ministry connections, and for once, Harry had agreed to participate in something resembling normal teenage activity. He should have known better. The attack came at midnight, after Ireland's victory, after the celebrations had wound down and most families had retreated to their tents. Harry was still awake, he rarely slept more than 4 hours anymore, when he felt the wards around the campsite shatter. Dark figures in masks and robes, moving through the tent city with wands drawn. Screams rising into the night air. The dark mark erupting overhead, that hideous skull and serpent casting green light across the chaos below. Death Eaters. A dozen of them, maybe more, terrorizing muggles and wizards alike while the ministry scrambled to respond. Harry moved. He found Ron and Hermione first, pulling them from their tents and into defensive formation. The twins were already fighting, Fred and George back to back, holding off 2 masked attackers with a creativity that would have impressed Harry if he'd had time to appreciate it. Get Ginny and the others to safety, Harry ordered. I'll handle this. Harry, you can't, I can. He was already moving toward the center of the attack, where the Death Eaters were concentrating their assault. Go. Now. He didn't wait to see if they obeyed. The first Death Eater didn't see him coming. Harry's spell, wandless, silent, precise, dropped the man before he could raise his wand. The second managed a curse that Harry deflected with a contemptuous wave. The third tried to run. Harry didn't let him. Within 3 minutes, 8 Death Eaters lay unconscious or bound on the trampled grass. The remaining 4 had fled, disapparating the moment they realized they were outmatched. Harry stood alone in the aftermath, breathing steadily, his magic humming with barely suppressed power. Ministry Aurors arrived moments later, too late to matter. What, who did this? One of them stared at the captured Death Eaters with disbelief. Anonymous concerned citizen. Harry melted back into the shadows before anyone could identify him. You're welcome. The fallout dominated the newspapers for weeks. The ministry spun the attack as an isolated incident, remnants of the old war, nothing to worry about. The captured Death Eaters were identified as mid-level operatives, nobodies who had escaped justice after Voldemort's fall. Their interrogations revealed nothing useful. But Harry knew better. This wasn't random violence. This was a message, a declaration that the old forces were stirring, that Voldemort's followers hadn't forgotten their master, that they were preparing for his return. The timing couldn't be coincidental. Something was accelerating. Harry spent the rest of summer in intensive preparation. He drilled his friends harder than ever, pushing them toward combat readiness that would have seemed excessive a year ago. Now it felt barely adequate. "You're scared," Hermione observed during one late-night training session. "I've never seen you scared before." "I'm not scared." Harry corrected her form on a defensive ward. "I'm concerned." "There's a difference." "What's the difference?" "Scared people make mistakes. Concerned people make preparations." Fourth year began with an announcement that sent ripples through the entire school. "The Triwizard Tournament," Dumbledore declared, his voice carrying easily through the Great Hall, "will be hosted at Hogwarts this year." Harry listened to the explanation with growing unease. An ancient competition between 3 magical schools. Dangerous tasks designed to test champions' abilities. A binding magical contract that would force selected competitors to participate. And an age restriction that was supposed to prevent underage students from entering. Supposed to. "Someone's going to put your name in that goblet," Hermione said quietly. "You know that, right?" The thought had occurred to me. "What are you going to do about it?" Harry smiled without humor. "Win." The other schools arrived in late October, Beauxbatons from France and Durmstrang from the north. Harry observed the new arrivals with professional interest, cataloging magical signatures and assessing potential threats. Victor Krum, the Bulgarian Quidditch star, radiated quiet competence. His magic was strong, focused, disciplined. A serious competitor if he was chosen as Durmstrang's champion. Fleur Delacour drew attention for different reasons. Her Vila heritage made her impossibly beautiful, but Harry sensed the fire beneath the surface. She was more dangerous than she appeared. And then there was the Durmstrang headmaster. Igor Karkaroff's magical signature was wrong in ways that made Harry's skin crawl. The man had been a Death Eater, that was public knowledge, but there was something else. Something that whispered of the Void's influence. Harry added him to the watch list. The Goblet of Fire chose its champions on Halloween night. Krum for Durmstrang. Fleur for Beauxbatons. Cedric Diggory, a Hufflepuff 7th year, for Hogwarts. And then the goblet flared again. Harry watched his name emerge from the flames with something approaching resignation. He'd known this was coming. Had prepared for it. Had even, in some ways, been counting on it. Harry Potter. The Great Hall erupted into chaos. Students shouting, teachers arguing, Karkaroff demanding explanations that no one could provide. Harry walked toward the goblet with measured steps, feeling the weight of every eye upon him. Dumbledore intercepted him near the head table. "Harry." The headmaster's voice was low, urgent. "Did you put your name in the goblet?" "No." "Do you know who did?" "I have suspicions." Harry met those piercing blue eyes. "But that doesn't matter now. The contract is binding. I compete, or I lose my magic. There may be ways, there aren't." Harry had researched the goblet extensively. The binding is ancient, absolute, and unbreakable. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were doing. "Then we must ensure you survive." Dumbledore's expression was grave. "Whatever challenges await, you will not face them alone." "I never intended to." The first task was dragons. Harry stood in the champion's tent, listening to the roars from the arena, and felt something he hadn't experienced in a very long time, anticipation. "You're actually looking forward to this," Cedric observed. "Aren't you? Dragons are fascinating creatures." Harry checked his wand, unnecessary, but habits died hard. "I've always wanted to meet one properly." "Meet one?" "Right." Cedric shook his head. "You're mental, Potter. Completely mental." "So I've been told." When his turn came, Harry walked into the arena to face a Hungarian horntail, the most dangerous breed of dragon known to wizardkind. It was magnificent, 40 feet of armored scales and teeth and fire, its eyes burning with ancient intelligence. Harry didn't reach for his wand. Instead, he opened his mouth and spoke. The language of dragons wasn't Parseltongue, that was for serpents, and dragons were something older, something prouder. This was a tongue Harry had learned in his first life, from creatures that had died out before the founders were born. Dragon tongue, the speech of fire and scale. The horntail went still. The crowd fell silent. Harry walked forward, still speaking, his voice carrying sounds that human throats weren't supposed to produce. The dragon lowered its massive head, bringing one enormous eye level with his face. Speaker, the creature rumbled in that ancient language. It has been long since one of the old blood addressed us. I mean you no harm, Harry replied. I need only the false egg among your clutch. Your true children will not be touched. The golden one. The dragon's voice held something like amusement. Take it, then. You have earned that much. Harry walked past the horntail, retrieved the golden egg from among its nest, and walked back out of the arena. The dragon watched him go, then settled back onto her eggs with a rumble of satisfaction. The silence lasted another 3 seconds. Then the crowd exploded. That's not possible, Hermione said for the 4th time that evening. Dragons don't have a language. The texts all say, the texts are wrong. Harry turned the golden egg over in his hands, examining its construction. Dragons are older than human civilization. Of course they have language. It's just that no one's bothered to learn it in centuries. You learned it in a past life, Ron said slowly. When dragons were still, what? Common. Not common. But present. Harry smiled slightly. I had a friend who kept one as a companion. Taught me the basics. You had a friend who kept a dragon as a companion. She was an unusual woman. I'll bet. Ron shook his head. Every time I think I've got a handle on how strange your past life was, you come out with something new. I've barely scratched the surface. Harry set the egg aside. Now. The egg contains a clue for the second task. Who wants to help me figure it out? The Yule Ball was an unexpected complication. Harry had intended to skip it, formal events were distractions he didn't need, but as a champion, his attendance was required. Which meant he needed a date. You could ask Hermione, Ron suggested. Hermione is going with Victor Crumb. Harry had observed their budding connection with a mixture of amusement and approval. And you should ask her before someone else does. What, she's going with Crumb. She will be, if you don't move soon. Harry raised an eyebrow. Unless you were planning to wait until 4th year to tell her how you feel. Ron sputtered. Harry waited. Fine, Ron said finally. I'll ask her. But if she says no, she won't. How do you know? Because I pay attention. Harry stood. I need to find a date of my own. Excuse me. Daphne Greengrass found him in the library 3 hours later. I hear you're looking for a partner for the ball. She slid into the seat across from him, her expression carefully neutral. Interesting timing. Is it? Most boys asked weeks ago. You've left it quite late. I've been busy. Harry studied her, the sharp intelligence in her eyes, the calculated grace of her movements. She reminded him of political operators he'd known in his first life. Would you like to go with me? Why me? Because you won't expect romance or pretense. You understand that some partnerships are strategic. Harry met her gaze. And because you're one of the few people in this school who might actually be worth knowing. Daphne was silent for a long moment. That's either the worst or the best invitation I've ever received, she said finally. I can't decide which. Does it matter? Not particularly. A ghost of a smile. Very well, Potter. I accept. The ball itself was less tedious than Harry had expected. Daphne was an excellent partner, sharp-witted, politically astute, and blessed with the ability to make small talk without actually saying anything of substance. They moved through the crowd like sharks through water, observing everything and committing to nothing. Ron and Hermione were dancing together, their earlier awkwardness transformed into something genuine. Harry watched them for a moment and felt something warm settle in his chest. Neville had asked Luna Lovegood, the strange Ravenclaw girl who saw things others missed. They made an odd pair, but there was something right about them. Luna's dreamy observations and Neville's grounded strength complemented each other perfectly. "You care about them," Daphne observed. "You're friends." "I do." "That's unusual. For someone like you." "Like me?" "Someone with power." Daphne's voice was soft. "Most people who have what you have, they become detached. Above it all. You haven't. I've had a long time to learn that detachment doesn't work." Harry turned to face her. "Power without connection is just destruction waiting to happen. I learned that the hard way. In your past life. You know about that?" "I've suspected for a while." Daphne's expression was unreadable. "You don't hide it as well as you think. The way you move, the way you think, it's not 13, or 14, or whatever age you're supposed to be. It's ancient." Harry considered denying it. Decided against it. "You're not wrong. I usually aren't." She looked at him with something that might have been respect. "If you ever want to talk about it, properly, without masks, I'm willing to listen. I might take you up on that." "I hope you do." Daphne squeezed his hand briefly, then stepped back. "For now, I think Victor Krum is about to ask Hermione for another dance, and your friend Ron looks like he's about to combust. You should probably intervene." Harry laughed, a genuine sound that surprised even him, and went to save his friend from himself. The second task took them to the Black Lake. Harry stood at the water's edge, the cold February air biting at his exposed skin, and contemplated what awaited below. The clue from the egg had been clear: something precious taken, 1 hour to retrieve it, the merpeople's domain as the battlefield. They had taken Daphne. It wasn't romantic, their relationship remained carefully platonic, but she was the person Harry would miss most. The goblet's magic had recognized that, somehow, and chosen accordingly. "Ready?" Cedric asked from beside him. "Always." The cannon fired. Harry dove. Underwater magic was tricky. Water interfered with most standard spells, requiring adaptations that most wizards never learned. Harry simply stopped breathing and let his body adapt, a technique he'd developed centuries ago for deep-sea exploration. The merpeople's village was beautiful in an alien way, structures of coral and stone, gardens of kelp and strange glowing plants, and at its center, 4 figures floating motionless in enchanted sleep. Harry reached Daphne first. He cut her free with a pulse of magic, gathered her in his arms, and began the ascent. Around him, the other champions were struggling, Krum with his shark transfiguration, Fleur fighting off Grindylows, Cedric wrapped in a bubble of air that was slowly failing. Harry could have left them. Could have won the task easily and let the others handle their own problems. He didn't. A sweep of his hand, and the Grindylows attacking Fleur dissolved into mist. A push of will, and Cedric's bubble stabilized. A burst of raw power, and the water itself seemed to part, creating a clear path to the surface. They emerged together, all 4 champions, all 4 hostages, to thunderous applause and shocked expressions from the judges. "You helped them," Daphne said later, after the points had been awarded and the crowds had dispersed. "You could have won by a mile, but you stopped to help the others. Competition is one thing. Letting people die is another. The hostages were never in real danger, the champions were." Harry's voice was quiet. Fleur was drowning. Cedric's bubble had maybe 30 seconds of air left. Even Krum was struggling with the cold. He shrugged. "I couldn't just watch." Daphne studied him for a long moment. "You really are nothing like I expected," she said finally. "Is that good or bad?" "I'm not sure yet." But she was smiling. Ask me again when this is over. The third task loomed. A maze, they were told. Filled with obstacles and challenges, with the Triwizard Cup waiting at its center. First champion to reach it would win eternal glory and 1,000 galleons. Harry cared about neither. What he cared about was the wrongness he'd been sensing for weeks, a growing disturbance in the fabric of reality, centered somewhere on the Hogwarts grounds. Something was being prepared. Something that stank of the void's influence. The cup is a portkey, Harry told his friends the night before the task. Someone's modified it to transport the winner somewhere else. How do you know? Hermione asked. I can feel it. The same way I felt the goblet's manipulation, the diary's corruption, the Horcrux's presence. Harry's expression was grim. Someone wants me specifically to reach that cup. Everything this year has been designed to ensure I'm the one who touches it. Then don't touch it, Ron said. Let Cedric or Krum win. That won't work. Whoever's behind this has contingencies, they always do. Harry began pacing. No, I need to reach the cup. But I need to be prepared for whatever waits on the other side. What if we came with you? Neville's voice was quiet but steady. Hidden, waiting, ready to help when you need us. The maze won't allow it, not in the maze. On the other side. Neville met his eyes. You said the cup is a portkey. Portkeys can be tracked, can't they? If we know where it goes. Harry stopped pacing. That's, actually brilliant. I have my moments. You do. Harry smiled, the first genuine smile he'd worn in days. All right. Here's what we're going to do. The maze was nothing. Harry moved through it like a ghost, avoiding obstacles rather than confronting them, conserving his strength for what awaited at the end. The Sphinx's riddle was trivial. The boggart was dismissed with barely a thought. The blast-ended Scroot actually required some effort, but not much. He reached the cup 40 minutes ahead of the other champions. The portkey activated the moment he touched it, reality twisting around him in the familiar nausea of magical transportation. When the world stabilized, he was standing in a graveyard. Tombstones stretched in all directions, ancient and weathered, barely visible in the dim light of a clouded moon. Ahead, a massive cauldron sat over a fire that burned with unnatural flames. And beside it, Peter Pettigrew. Harry Potter. The rat-faced man's voice was trembling but triumphant. My master will be so pleased. Your master. Harry didn't draw his wand. Voldemort. He's waited so long for this. Planned so carefully. Pettigrew began moving around the cauldron, adding ingredients from pouches at his belt. The Dark Lord's return. And you get to witness it. I was counting on it, actually. Pettigrew hesitated. What? I've known about this plan for months, Peter. The portkey, the graveyard, the resurrection ritual. Harry smiled. Did you really think I'd walk into your trap unprepared? The air around the graveyard shimmered. Wards, Harry's wards, ancient and powerful, snapped into place, sealing the area against escape. At the same moment, 4 figures emerged from the shadows between the tombstones. Hermione. Ron. Neville. And Luna, whose presence Harry hadn't expected but welcomed. Hello, Harry, Luna said dreamily. The Raxperts said you might need help. The Raxperts were right. Pettigrew's face went white. This isn't, you can't what? Prepare for an obvious ambush? Harry began walking toward the cauldron. You underestimate me, Peter. You always have. The ritual must proceed. A voice, high and cold and utterly inhuman, emerged from the shadows near the fire. Kill them. Kill them all. Something moved in the darkness, a bundle of robes that held something barely alive, something malformed and hideous. The fragment of Voldemort that had survived Halloween night, sustained by unicorn blood and dark magic, waiting for this moment. "No," Harry said. "I don't think so." He raised his hand, and power answered. The battle was brutal, fast, and unlike anything his friends had ever experienced. Pettigrew fought with the desperation of a cornered animal, surprisingly effective, for a man who had spent 12 years as a rat. Death Eaters emerged from the darkness around the graveyard, responding to some silent summons, wands blazing with killing curses. Harry's friends met them head-on. Hermione's wandless shields deflected spells that would have killed lesser wizards. Ron's tactical commands kept the group coordinated, everyone covering everyone else's blind spots. Neville's earth magic turned the ground itself against their enemies, roots and stones rising to entangle and strike. Luna, strange, wonderful Luna, cast spells that shouldn't have worked but somehow did, her magic responding to belief rather than theory. And Harry himself faced the fragment of Voldemort. "You cannot stop me," the Dark Lord hissed from his twisted form. "Even diminished, I am greater than you could ever, you're a piece of a broken soul wearing the remnants of a stolen body." Harry's magic gathered around him, visible as silver light. "You're nothing." He reached out and pulled. The soul fragment screamed as Harry's power tore at its connection to the malformed flesh it inhabited. This wasn't a Horcrux, not exactly, but it was close enough. The same principles applied. Destruction. "NOO," the word stretched into a shriek that seemed to go on forever. Then, abruptly, it stopped. Where the fragment of Voldemort had been, there was only ash. Harry turned to find his friend standing among fallen Death Eaters, all of them breathing hard but alive. Pettigrew was bound and unconscious, caught by Neville's vines before he could escape. "Is it over?" Ron asked. "This part." Harry looked down at the ashes of what had been the most feared Dark Lord in generations. "But not all of it. There are still Horcruxes to destroy. Still pieces of him hidden away." "We'll find them," Hermione said firmly. "Together." "Together," Harry agreed. He reached out and touched the portkey cup, reversing its enchantment. Reality twisted, and they were back at Hogwarts, emerging from the maze to shocked crowds and confused officials. "What happened?" Dumbledore demanded, pushing through the crowd. "The portkey, we detected it activate, Voldemort tried to return." Harry kept his voice calm. "He failed." "Failed? How? I had help." Harry gestured to his friends. "And I was prepared." Dumbledore stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. "It seems," the headmaster said, "that I have consistently underestimated you, Harry. Most people do. I suspect I won't make that mistake again." The aftermath dominated the news for weeks. Voldemort's attempted return, thwarted by Harry Potter and his allies. Death Eaters captured and facing trial. Peter Pettigrew's survival revealed, Sirius Black's innocence confirmed beyond any remaining doubt. The Ministry tried to suppress the story, claiming it was all exaggeration and rumor. No one believed them. Harry used the attention to push for reforms, trials for those imprisoned without due process, investigations into Ministry corruption, protection for those targeted by remaining Death Eaters. He called in favors, made deals, and generally made himself a thorn in the side of everyone who preferred the status quo. Grimm and his Office of Arcane Suppression had been dissolved after the Quidditch World Cup incident, their operations exposed when several members were identified among the arrested Death Eaters. The Ministry pretended they'd never existed. Harry knew better than to think they were truly gone. People like Grimm didn't disappear, they just went underground. He'd deal with them eventually. For now, he had other concerns. The final meeting of the year took place in the Room of Requirement, a hidden space Harry had discovered during his systematic exploration of Hogwarts. It was the perfect place for conversations that needed to stay private. His friends gathered around him, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and now Daphne, who had proven herself in ways that couldn't be ignored. "Voldemort is wounded but not destroyed," Harry began. "The main fragment of his soul, the one we faced tonight, is gone. But there are still Horcruxes out there. The cup in Gringotts. The diadem somewhere in this castle. The snake that will eventually need to be dealt with. And he touched his forehead. The one I carry. We'll find them, Hermione said. The cup is the most protected, Gringotts' security is legendary. But Ragnarok said there were ways. There are. I've been planning the heist for 2 years. Harry smiled slightly. It's almost ready. The diadem should be easier, Ron added. If it's in the castle, we can search systematically. Luna might even be able to sense it, she's got a knack for finding hidden things. The Grey Lady knows where it is, Luna said serenely. She told me once, though she didn't realize what she was saying. Everyone stared at her. I also know where the room of hidden things is. It's here, actually. Just a different configuration. Luna smiled. The Raxperts showed me. Harry decided, not for the first time, to stop underestimating Luna Lovegood. That leaves the fragment in my scar. His voice was quieter now. I've been researching ways to remove it. There are possibilities, but they're all risky. How risky? Neville asked. Potentially fatal risky. The fragment is deeply embedded, it's been part of me since I was a baby. Removing it might damage things that can't be repaired. Silence. There has to be another way, Daphne said. You've survived this long because you plan, because you prepare. There must be something, I'm still looking. Harry met her eyes. But you should all be prepared for the possibility that destroying Voldemort completely might require destroying part of me. No. Ron's voice was firm. We're not losing you. Not after everything we've been through. Ron, I mean it. The redhead stood, his expression fierce. You're always talking about how we face things together. How we're stronger as a group than alone. Well, this is part of it. We're not going to let you sacrifice yourself without exploring every other option first. Every option, Hermione agreed. We'll research, we'll experiment, we'll find a way. That's what we do. Harry looked around at the faces of his friends, determined, loyal, unwilling to accept defeat. He'd spent 1,000 years alone. Had learned to accept that sacrifice was sometimes necessary, that some burdens couldn't be shared. Maybe he'd been wrong about that. All right, he said. We do it together. Every step of the way. Together, they echoed. Outside, summer was approaching. Soon they would scatter, to families and homes and the ordinary concerns of teenage life. But they would return. They would always return. And when they did, they would be ready. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, the first seal. The summer before 5th year was the calm before the storm. Harry spent July at Grimmauld Place, Sirius's family home, now serving as headquarters for what Dumbledore had begun calling the Order of the Phoenix. The house was ancient, dark, and filled with artifacts that made Harry's skin crawl with their wrongness. He spent the first week systematically cleansing the worst of them, much to Sirius's amusement. You're worse than my mother, Sirius observed, watching Harry dissolve a cursed music box with a gesture. She spent 50 years accumulating that collection. Your mother had terrible taste in dark artifacts. Harry moved to the next item, a locket that radiated familiar malevolence. He paused. Actually, hold on. The locket was silver, ornate, bearing the serpentine S of Salazar Slytherin. Impossible, Harry thought. I destroyed this one. But no, the signature was different. Similar, but not identical. This was the original, somehow ended up here, while the one Harry had destroyed over the summer had been, what? A copy? A decoy? Sirius. Where did this come from? The locket? No idea. It's been in the family for generations, I think. Creature was obsessed with it, kept trying to steal it back after Mum died. Sirius frowned. Why? Is it dangerous? It's a Horcrux. Harry's voice was flat. One of Voldemort's soul anchors. And it's been sitting in your house for years. Sirius went pale. How is that possible? I don't know yet. Harry examined the locket more carefully, not touching it directly. But I intend to find out. The story emerged in pieces over the following days. Kreacher, the ancient house elf, had been present when the locket was hidden. Regulus Black, Sirius's younger brother, a Death Eater who had died mysteriously, had discovered Voldemort's secret and tried to destroy the Horcrux himself. He'd failed, dying in the attempt, but not before ordering Kreacher to continue trying. The elf had been attempting to destroy the locket for over a decade. Nothing worked. Master Regulus was a good master, Kreacher croaked, his bulbous eyes wet with tears Harry suspected were genuine. He ordered Kreacher to destroy the locket, but Kreacher couldn't. Kreacher tried everything, fire, acid, cutting, nothing worked. That's because it's protected by magic you don't have access to. Harry knelt to meet the elf's eyes. I can destroy it, Kreacher. I can finish what Regulus started. Master would do this? For Kreacher. For Regulus. And for everyone else Voldemort has hurt. Harry straightened. But I need you to tell me everything you know about how Voldemort hid it. Every detail, no matter how small. Kreacher talked for 3 hours. By the end, Harry had a complete picture of the cave where the Horcrux had originally been hidden, the same cave he'd raided, the same protections he'd defeated. The locket he'd destroyed there had been a fake, left by Regulus when he swapped the real one out. Which meant Harry's Horcrux count was wrong. The cup in Gringotts. The diadem in Hogwarts. The locket, now in his possession. The fragment in his scar. And somewhere out there, whatever remained of Voldemort's spirit. 5 anchors. Not 7. Unless there were Horcruxes he didn't know about. The destruction of the true locket was more difficult than the fake. Harry performed the ritual in the basement of Grimmauld Place, surrounded by wards that would contain anything short of a nuclear explosion. His friends were upstairs, ready to intervene if something went wrong, though Harry doubted they could help if things truly went sideways. The fiend fire erupted with familiar hunger, but the locket resisted. The soul fragment within was stronger than the others, more deeply embedded, fighting back with surprising ferocity. You cannot destroy me, a voice hissed in Harry's mind. I am the Dark Lord's soul, I am eternal, you're a parasite, Harry said through gritted teeth, pouring more power into the flames. And parasites die. The locket screamed. The voice in his mind fragmented into desperate bargaining, then threats, then incoherent rage. Harry held the flames steady, refusing to relent, until finally, silence. The locket lay in the center of the ritual circle, blackened and twisted, the soul fragment within utterly annihilated. Harry extinguished the fiend fire and collapsed against the wall, his magical reserves dangerously depleted. For down. The cup, the diadem, and his scar remained. Progress. August brought the Gringotts heist. Harry had been planning this for years, studying the bank's security systems, cultivating relationships with goblins willing to share information, mapping routes through the deep vaults. The Lestrange Vault, where Hufflepuff's cup was hidden, was one of the most heavily protected in the entire bank. Getting in would require everything he had. His team assembled in a safe house near Diagon Alley, Hermione for magical support, Ron for tactical coordination, Neville for emergency extraction, and, surprisingly, Daphne, whose Slytherin connections had provided crucial intelligence about the Lestrange family's security protocols. The vault is guarded by a dragon, Hermione reported, spreading maps across the table. An elderly Ukrainian iron belly, blind but still dangerous. Beyond that, there are Gemini curses on the treasure itself, everything you touch multiplies and burns. I can handle the dragon, Harry said. The curses are the real problem. We need to get in, find the cup, and get out without touching anything else. Easier said than done, Ron muttered. That vault is supposed to be packed with gold and artifacts. Finding one cup in all that, I can sense it. Harry closed his eyes, extending his awareness toward the bank. Even from this distance, he could feel the wrongness of the Horcrux, a dark spot in the magical landscape, pulsing with malevolent energy. It's calling to me. Just like the others. That's disturbing, Daphne observed. Very. But useful. Harry opened his eyes. We go tomorrow night. Everyone get some rest. The heist went wrong almost immediately. Harry had expected the outer security measures, the goblin guards, the identity checks, the cart ride down to the deep vaults. He'd prepared countermeasures for all of them. What he hadn't expected was the dragon. The Iron Belly wasn't just guarding the vault. It was awake, alert and aggressive in a way that suggested someone had warned it they were coming. We've been betrayed, Harry said quietly, watching the dragon pace before the vault door. Someone knew we were coming. Karkaroff? Hermione suggested. He's been watching you all year, doesn't matter now. Harry stepped forward, opening his mouth to speak in dragon tongue. The dragon attacked before he could get a word out. Fire erupted through the tunnel, hot enough to melt stone. Harry threw up a shield that barely held, the flames parting around him like water around a boulder. Behind him, his friends scattered, seeking cover in the tunnel's side passages. Harry. Ron's voice, sharp with fear. I'm fine. Stay back. The dragon wasn't listening to dragon tongue. Its mind had been altered somehow, conditioned to attack anyone who approached, regardless of what they said or did. Harry could feel the magical compulsion wrapped around its thoughts, blocking his attempts at communication. Someone really didn't want this cup found. Harry changed tactics. Instead of speaking, he pushed, raw magical force, directed at the compulsion binding the dragon's mind. It was delicate work, like removing a tumor without killing the patient, but he'd had practice with similar problems. Neville's magical blocks. The diary's possession of Ginny. The curse on the ring. The dragon screamed as the compulsion shattered. For a moment, it stood frozen, its blind eyes somehow finding Harry's face with unerring accuracy. Speaker, it rumbled in dragon tongue. You freed me. You were enslaved, Harry replied. No creature should have its mind bound like that. The small ones did it. When I was young. Grief and rage in the dragon's voice. Decades in darkness, forced to guard their gold. I'm sorry. If you let us pass, I'll do what I can to get you out of here. The dragon considered. Then, slowly, it moved aside. Take what you came for, Speaker. And keep your promise. Harry led his team past the dragon, into the Lestrange vault, and found the cup waiting on a high shelf surrounded by cursed treasure. Don't touch anything, he warned. The Gemini curse will trigger if, got it. Hermione produced a pair of dragon-hide gloves and a long-handled hook. I'll retrieve it. Everyone else, stay absolutely still. It took 20 minutes of careful maneuvering, but finally, Hufflepuff's cup was in Harry's hands. He could feel the soul fragment within, weaker than the lockets but still present. Still corrupting. Let's go, he said. We're not done yet. Getting out was harder than getting in. Alarms had been triggered, somehow, despite their precautions, and goblin security forces were converging on their location. Harry could hear the thunder of armored boots echoing through the tunnels, getting closer with every passing second. The dragon, Neville said suddenly. We promised to help it. We don't have time, Harry. Neville's voice was firm. We promised. Harry looked at the approaching security forces, then at the dragon waiting patiently behind them. Neville was right. Promises mattered, especially to creatures as old as dragons. Change of plan, Harry decided. Everyone, hold on to something. Hold on to what? Harry spoke to the dragon in dragon tongue, explaining his plan. The creature's response was immediate and enthusiastic. Yes, it rumbled. Yes, speaker. Show me the sky. Everyone on the dragon, Harry ordered. Now. You're joking, Ron said. Do I look like I'm joking? They climbed onto the Ironbelly's back, clinging to its scales as it turned toward the security forces. Harry spoke one more word in dragon tongue. Up. The dragon charged. Stone and metal gave way before it like paper. The dragon crashed through walls, through ceilings, through the accumulated weight of centuries of construction, ascending toward the surface with unstoppable momentum. They emerged through the floor of Gringotts' main lobby, showering goblins and wizards alike with debris. The Ironbelly spread its wings, cramped from decades underground, but still functional, and launched itself through the building's skylight. Hold on. Wind tore at them as the dragon climbed, its joyful roar echoing across London. Harry clung to Hermione with one hand and the cup with the other, trusting the creature to find its own path to freedom. Below them, magical London erupted into chaos. They landed in the Scottish Highlands an hour later, the dragon setting them down with surprising gentleness before turning to face Harry. Thank you, speaker. Its voice was softer now, almost tender. I had forgotten what the sky looked like. You're free now. Go where you will. I will. The dragon's blind eyes seemed to see something beyond the physical world. But I will remember you. If you ever have need of me, I'll call. The Ironbelly spread its wings and took flight, disappearing into the northern clouds. Harry watched it go, feeling something that might have been satisfaction. Well, Ron said weakly, that was absolutely mental. Agreed. Hermione was shaking slightly, whether from cold or adrenaline Harry couldn't tell. But we got the cup. And a dragon friend, apparently. Daphne's voice held a note of disbelief. Is this what your life is always like? More or less. Harry examined the cup, confirming that the soul fragment was still intact. We'll destroy this tonight. Then there's only the diadem and my scar left. And whatever's left of Voldemort himself, Neville reminded him. Right. That too. 5th year at Hogwarts brought new complications. The Ministry, embarrassed by Voldemort's near return and desperate to maintain control, had inserted one of their own into the school. Dolores Umbridge, senior undersecretary to the minister, arrived as the new defense against the dark arts professor with a mandate to reform Hogwarts according to ministry standards. Harry took one look at her pink cardigan and sugary smile and recognized the danger immediately. She's here to control information, he told his friends on the first night. The ministry doesn't want students learning real defense, they want us docile and dependent on their protection. So we work around her, Hermione said. Just like we worked around Lockhart. Lockhart was incompetent. Umbridge is malicious. Harry's voice was cold. She'll be watching for resistance. Looking for excuses to expel anyone who challenges her authority. Then we don't challenge her openly. Daphne smiled slightly. We just operate elsewhere. The room of requirement became their base of operations. What had started as Harry's private training ground expanded into something larger, a full defense organization, teaching combat magic to any student willing to learn. They called it Dumbledore's Army, partly as a joke and partly as a deliberate provocation toward the ministry paranoia about Dumbledore building a private force. Harry taught them everything he could, wandless casting, tactical thinking, ancient techniques that made ministry-approved spells look like children's games. By November, even the weakest members of the DA could handle themselves against adult wizards. You're building an army, Luna observed one evening after practice. I'm building survivors. Harry watched his students file out, their movements more confident than they'd been months ago. When the void breaks free, when everything falls apart, they'll need every advantage I can give them. The void. Luna's voice was dreamy but her eyes were sharp. I felt it, you know. In my dreams. Something vast and hungry, pressing against the walls of the world. You can sense it? I can sense lots of things. Most people think I'm mad because of it. She smiled. But you don't think I'm mad, do you, Harry? I think you see things others miss. That's not madness, that's a gift. A gift that's going to matter soon. Luna's smile faded. Something's coming, Harry. Something worse than Voldemort. I can feel it getting closer. Harry could feel it too. The seal was failing faster than his original estimates. He'd bought time with his Horcrux hunting, but not enough. Years, he'd thought. Now it looked more like months. I know, he said quietly. I'm working on it. I know you are. Luna squeezed his hand briefly. Just remember, you don't have to work alone. The diadem was hidden in the room of requirement itself. Luna had been right about its location, a different configuration of the room, stuffed with centuries of hidden objects, forgotten artifacts, and discarded memories. Harry found it buried beneath a pile of broken furniture, its sapphire setting dull with age but its magical signature unmistakable. Rowena Ravenclaw's lost diadem, Hermione breathed. I thought it was just a legend. Most legends have some truth to them. Harry picked up the diadem carefully, feeling the soul fragment squirm inside. This is the 5th Horcrux. After I destroy it, only my scar remains. And you still don't have a plan for that? Ron asked. I have, possibilities. Harry's voice was careful. None of them are guaranteed. But I'm getting closer. He destroyed the diadem that night, the fiend fire consuming the last of Voldemort's external soul anchors. The fragment screamed as it died, a sound that echoed strangely, as if something far away was listening. In the darkness beneath reality, the void stirred. One left, it whispered. Just one more crack in the wall, and I'll be free. Harry felt the pressure against the seal intensify. The entity was getting impatient. Soon, he would have to make his final move. Christmas brought revelation. Harry woke on December 25th to find the castle nearly empty. Most students had gone home for the holidays. His friends remained, unwilling to leave him alone with whatever was coming. But the person waiting in the Gryffindor common room wasn't one of them. Hello, Harry. Dumbledore sat by the fire, his expression uncharacteristically grave. We need to talk. About what? About what you're planning to do. The headmaster's blue eyes held no twinkle today. About the seal you've been preparing. About the price you're planning to pay. Harry went still. How do you know about that? I've had a long time to piece things together. Your knowledge, your power, your strange familiarity with magic that hasn't been practiced in centuries. Dumbledore leaned forward. You're not just Harry Potter with unusual gifts. You're something much older, aren't you? Someone who's faced this threat before. Silence stretched between them. How long have you known? Suspected since your first year. Confirmed it piece by piece since then. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. I don't know the details, who you were, when you lived, how you came to be here. But I know you're preparing for something larger than Voldemort. Something that threatens everything. The void. Harry sat down across from the headmaster. An entity that exists outside creation. I sealed it away 1,000 years ago, died doing it. Someone summoned me back, and now it's breaking free. Can it be stopped? Maybe. I've been working on a plan. Strengthening the seal, preparing contingencies, training allies who can continue the fight if I fail. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. But there's a price. There's always a price. The Horcrux in your scar. Yes. Harry touched his forehead. It's the last crack, the last weak point the void can exploit. To seal it completely, I need to close that crack. Which means dying. Possibly. Probably. Harry's voice was steady. I've done it before. It's not as bad as people think. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. "I had a plan too, you know," he said finally. "For Harry Potter. The boy who would grow up unloved, who would learn sacrifice through suffering, who would walk to his death willingly when the time came." His voice cracked slightly. "A terrible plan. A necessary one, I thought. It might have worked. Perhaps. But instead, something else happened. Someone else arrived, someone who had already learned those lessons, who had already paid those prices." Dumbledore smiled sadly. "You've ruined all my careful calculations, Harry. And I couldn't be more grateful." "You're not angry?" "I'm relieved." The headmaster stood, suddenly seeming every one of his many years. "I've spent decades preparing for a war I couldn't win alone. Gathering allies, accumulating power, sacrificing pieces I couldn't afford to lose. And now I find that someone else was preparing too, someone with knowledge and abilities I couldn't have imagined. We're on the same side. We always were." Dumbledore extended his hand. "I should have said this years ago, Harry. Whatever you are, whoever you were, you have my support. Fully and completely. Whatever you need, whatever I can provide." Harry took the offered hand. "I'm going to hold you to that." The final confrontation came in June. Harry had spent months preparing, strengthening the seal where he could, positioning allies, ensuring that his contingencies were in place. His friends knew the plan now, knew what he intended, and had insisted on being part of it despite the risks. "You've trained us for 3 years, Hermione said firmly. "You don't get to send us away at the end." "I'm not dying for nothing," Ron added. "And I'm damn sure not letting you die alone." "This is what we're here for," Neville agreed. "Whatever happens, we face it together." Luna simply smiled and said, "The Raxperts approve." Daphne didn't say anything. She just took Harry's hand and held it tight. The Ministry fell on a Tuesday. Death Eaters, far more than should have survived Harry's purges, stormed the building in coordinated waves. Voldemort himself appeared at their head, restored to full power through some ritual Harry hadn't anticipated, his serpentine features twisted with triumph. "You thought you could destroy me, Potter?" The Dark Lord's voice echoed through the Ministry atrium. "I am immortal. I am eternal. I am, boring," Harry interrupted. "You're boring, Tom. 1,000 years, and I've never met anyone quite as tediously predictable as you." The battle erupted. Harry faced Voldemort directly while his friends held back the Death Eater hordes. The Ministry's halls became a war zone, spells flying, walls crumbling, the accumulated bureaucracy of magical Britain dissolving into chaos. But this wasn't the real fight. Harry was waiting, using the battle as cover, drawing Voldemort's attention, buying time for the real plan to unfold. Somewhere beneath the Ministry, in chambers that had existed since before Hogwarts was founded, Hermione and Luna were preparing the ritual that would determine everything. The seal needed to be renewed. Strengthened. Made permanent. And the only way to do that was to close the last crack. "You're stalling," Voldemort realized, his red eyes narrowing. "This isn't about defeating me, it's about something else." "Finally caught on, have you?" Harry ducked a killing curse and responded with a blast of raw force. "You've always been slow, Tom. Too focused on the immediate to see the larger picture." "What larger picture?" "The one where you're just a pawn." Harry smiled coldly. "You think your Horcruxes were your idea? You think your obsession with immortality came from nowhere? You've been cultivated, Tom. Shaped. Prepared. By something that's been planning this for longer than human civilization has existed." "You're lying, I'm not." "Ask the voice in your head, the one that's been whispering to you since you first touched the dark arts. The one that promised you power beyond measure if you just split your soul one more time, created one more crack in reality." Voldemort went still. "Yes," Harry said softly. "You hear it, don't you? Even now. Even through your rage and denial. The void has been using you, Tom. Using us both. And now it's about to break free, unless I stop it. How? By giving it what it wants. Harry raised his hand to his forehead, to the scar that had marked him since infancy. By closing the last crack. Permanently. You'll die, probably. But you'll die first. Harry's magic gathered around him, visible as silver light. I've destroyed your Horcruxes, Tom. All of them. You're mortal now, just like everyone else. No. Voldemort attacked with everything he had, decades of accumulated power, dark magic that would have overwhelmed armies, the desperate fury of a man facing true death for the first time. Harry met him spell for spell, force for force, their magic clashing in displays that shattered windows across London. But Harry wasn't trying to win. He was trying to hold on, just a few more minutes, just long enough for the ritual to complete. Below them, he felt Hermione and Luna working the ancient magic, sealing pathways that had been opened for millennia. Almost there, he thought. Just a little more, the seal blazed. Harry felt it like a supernova in his mind, the accumulated power of everything he'd been building, everything he'd prepared, channeling through the ancient patterns and closing the cracks that had weakened reality for so long. The fragment in his scar screamed as the seal's power touched it. And then, Harry opened his eyes. He was lying on a marble floor, surrounded by debris and the distant sounds of battle. Above him, the ministry's ceiling had partially collapsed, revealing a sky filled with storm clouds and flashing light. Harry. Hermione's voice, sharp with relief. Harry, can you hear me? I hear you. He sat up slowly, taking stock of his body. Everything seemed to be working, which was unexpected. What happened? The ritual worked. Luna appeared beside him, her dreamy expression replaced with something like awe. You closed the seal. The void's influence has been pushed back. Contained. And Voldemort? Dead. Ron's voice came from somewhere behind him. When the seal closed, it took the last fragment of him too. Burned him from the inside out. Harry looked across the ruined atrium and saw the truth of it, a blackened shape that had once been the most feared Dark Lord in generations, now nothing but ash and memory. It's over, Neville said quietly. It's actually over. For now. Harry touched his forehead and found the scar smooth under his fingers, still there, but empty. The darkness that had lived behind it for 14 years was gone. The seal is stronger than ever, but it's not permanent. Nothing is permanent. How long do we have? Daphne asked. Centuries. Maybe longer, if we maintain it properly. Harry stood slowly, accepting Hermione's steadying hand. Long enough for other people to take over. To find better solutions. And you? Luna's voice was gentle. What will you do now? Harry looked around at the faces of his friends, the people who had stood beside him through everything, who had believed in him when belief was hard, who had refused to let him sacrifice himself alone. For 1,000 years, Aldrich Thorne had carried the weight of the world on his shoulders. Maybe it was time to share the load. I don't know, he admitted. I've never had the chance to think about it before. There was always the next crisis, the next threat, the next battle to prepare for. Welcome to peace, Ron said with a tired grin. It's weird at first, but you get used to it. Do you? No idea. I've never had any either. Ron laughed. But I'm looking forward to finding out. The aftermath took months to sort out. The ministry was rebuilt under new leadership, Amelia Bones, who Harry had been quietly supporting for years. Trials were held for the surviving Death Eaters, with actual evidence and actual justice this time. The wizarding world slowly began to heal from the wounds of 2 wars. Harry's role in the final battle became legend, embellished and distorted with each retelling until the real story was buried under layers of myth. He didn't mind. Privacy was valuable, and myths were easier to manage than expectations. His friends scattered and reconnected, finding their own paths in the peace they'd fought for. Ron and Hermione stayed close, their relationship evolving into something that surprised no one. Neville returned to Hogwarts as an assistant to Professor Sprout, his earth magic making him the natural choice for eventual succession. Luna traveled the world, documenting magical creatures that most people didn't believe existed. And Daphne. You could come with me, she offered one evening, as they sat together watching the sunset over the Black Lake. I've been offered a position in the International Confederation, diplomatic work, negotiations between magical nations. It's complicated and frustrating and exactly the kind of challenge you'd hate. That sounds terrible. I know. She smiled. So will you come? Harry looked at her, really looked, and saw not just the sharp-witted political operator he'd first noticed years ago, but the woman who had stood beside him through impossible odds, who had never asked him to be anything other than what he was. Yes, he said. I'll come. Good. She took his hand. We leave next week. Try not to start any apocalypses before then. I'll do my best. Years passed. Harry watched the world change, watched the magical and mundane communities slowly, carefully begin to intersect. Watched new generations grow up without the shadow of dark lords and ancient threats. Watched his friends build lives and families and futures he had once thought impossible. The seal held. The void remained contained. The work he had done 1,000 years ago, and the work he had done in this life, had created something lasting, not permanent, never permanent, but stable. Strong. Sometimes, in quiet moments, he felt the old weight pressing down, the knowledge that nothing truly ended, that threats would always emerge, that the fight was never really over. But the weight was lighter now. Because he wasn't carrying it alone. On his 100th birthday, his real one, counting the years of his first life and his second, Harry stood on a hillside in Scotland and looked out at the world he had helped save. Twice, now. The void still whispered sometimes, at the edge of his awareness. Still pressed against the seal, still waited with infinite patience for another chance to break freer. Let it wait. Harry had learned something in his second life that he'd never quite grasped in his first. The point wasn't to win forever. The point was to give the next generation a fighting chance. To build something that could endure without you. To trust that others would carry the torch when you could no longer hold it. He turned and walked back toward the cottage where Daphne was waiting, older now, her sharp features softened by time but her eyes still bright with the intelligence that had first drawn him to her. Wool gathering? She asked from the doorway. Remembering. Harry took her hand. And appreciating. Appreciating what? This. He gestured vaguely at everything, the cottage, the hills, the sky, the life they'd built together. All of this. For 1,000 years, I fought to keep the world from ending. I never took time to enjoy it. And now? Harry smiled, a genuine expression that still felt slightly foreign on his face, even after all these years. Now I think I'm finally learning how. They walked inside together, leaving the weight of ages behind. Outside, the sun continued its endless journey across the sky. The world continued turning. And somewhere in the depths of reality, something ancient and hungry continued to wait. But that was a problem for another day. For now, there was peace. For now, there was hope. For now, that was enough.